सबने कहा पढ़ाई शढ़ाई करके रिस्पेक्ट कमाओ, और मैंने रियलिटी शो में जाकर लड़ाई की। और लड़ाई ऐसी की कि इडियट बॉक्स से सीधा बॉक्स ऑफिस का हीरो। एक ऐसा हीरो जो बन सकता है कभी अंधा तो कभी गंजा, कभी लड़की तो कभी गे, या यूं कहें आई चोज माई वे। एक बात बोलूं, लाइफ इज ऑल अबाउट द चॉइस यू मेक। फिर देखना जहां जाओगे, respect follows.
Introducing Toyota's youngest urban SUV, the Toyota Urban Cruiser.
Respect follows.
What's up, everyone? Welcome. It is time for the finals of the Toyota GR Supra GT Cup Asia India. I'm Shades. Joining me is SKplz. SK, how are you doing, man? How pumped are you?
I'm super excited, bro. So many races, like especially the round robin. I think that was the most interesting bit of races that we saw. And boy, oh boy, there are some insane racers in this lobby. 13 to be precise, who are going to be fighting it out tooth and nail over the 4 tracks. Bro, I cannot be more excited because of the fact that it's so unpredictable now. Because going into round robin, they were like our favorites, but now all our favorites are in the final lobby. So yeah, I want to see what these guys have in store for us. Have they practiced? They had a week pretty much to practice and put in all the effort they can, because this is the finale. This is the last chance they're going to get to redeem themselves. So all the favorites, everyone's just going to wipe the slate clean. It is a brand new weekend to me. So I want to see what each of these racers have, what they can bring to this weekend and show us, who's the real winner. Because we know for a fact we have some of them in the top of the list in the favorites. But hey, man, it's do or die.
It's do or die indeed, man. Let's go through the journey to the finals so far on stream. We did have 2 matches off stream that did happen on the 4th and 5th of September, and then we started off with the remaining races on stream on the 12th and 13th of September. We did even have a wild card race that did happen on the 15th of September, wherein at the end we had the top 24 racers of India move on to round robin day 1 on the 18th of September. We had 3 days of racing, which included, if I'm not mistaken, about 12 races in total.
Yes.
Yeah, we got to see some amazing races on Nürburgring as well as Interlagos. At the end, we had the top 12 racers who have moved on to the finals and are joined by the winner of the wildcard giveaway race that happened earlier today. And we have the list of the final 13 racers who are going to be playing today. Ancient Fleb, I think we've talked enough. We've talked enough about him, SK.
Yep.
This man absolutely dominated competition.
5 out of 6 races in round robin. I think that kind of puts you in such a confident spot going into the finals, considering you've seen it all. Like you've raced against every single one of these guys in the group stages or in the round robin, and you've secured 5 out of 6 wins. And even the 6th win, was brought to our attention that it was an incident that cost him to take 2nd place, right? It was not exactly like his fault. So yeah, Ancient Pleb is the guy to watch out for. But the rest of the guys, I'll let you walk through everyone and then maybe we can discuss who our favorites are. But go ahead, Chad.
Yeah, so Ancient Pleb, we have Abby Tucker, Fun Anywhere, Scizor, Abby to Speed, RKV, Shami, Nick the Gamer, Sanchit, Fierce B, Maester, Dheeraj, as well as Burst Mode, who did qualify from the giveaway wildcard race earlier today. So these are our 13 finalists, and these are the races we are looking at today. It is a packed race Saturday where we're going to be starting off on Nürburgring, moving on to Spa. Monza will be our next destination, and the final race on Interlagos. Top 3 will not only walk away with cash prizes, but will also get to represent India in the Asian Nations Cup final. So a lot at stake. if we do have a tiebreaker in the leaderboard, we will be settling it old-fashioned way. We're gonna have a tiebreaker race, maybe even two if it does come down to it. So
I feel like at this point of time, Nürburgring has become pretty much the foundation of this tournament. The amount of times we've seen each of these guys go through Nürburgring is just insane. So I think it's fitting that a tiebreaker, if necessary, does happen on this track. Primarily because of the fact that it's like they're so used to it. Every weekend we started with Nürburgring, but Spa and Monza, these are tracks we've not seen at all in the entirety of the tournament. So, this is where I think maybe our favorites might get toppled and then we might find new favorites. But I feel like these are the two real trump card kind of, tracks out here that can get anyone the position.
Yep, and this is what they're racing for. It is 2,25,000 rupees on the line today. Winner walks away with 1 lakh, second place 75,000, third place 50,000. Top 10 racers will also receive Gazoo Racing merchandise. Besides all of this, the top 3 also move on to the finals of the Asian Nations Cup. So that in itself is a huge deal to be battling for SK, and I'm super thrilled to see who are going to be the racers making it there. Now that we have all of this out of the way, I think it is time to discuss what are our predictions and what we think is going to be the outcome of some of these races. First, let's talk about Ancient Pleb SK.
I mean, I think my top top 3 would probably be Ancient Pleb, Abby, and Abby 2 Speed. It's safe to say, but Caesar is not. That's the problem, right? There's too many favorites because if you look at the round robin, we did have a few of these guys who dominated. Now that they're all in the same lobby, I still feel like Ancient Pleb is a class apart in terms of pace, in terms of just his sheer ability to like kind of pull away in the lead once he gets it. That is, of course, if he does get a good qualifying. That is, of course, if he doesn't get into incidents. That is the guy to watch out for. But second, third, fourth, it's going to be Abhi 2 Speed going to bat. Abhi Thakur's up there. Caesar as well. Surprise pace that Caesar brought in at the end of round robin. That was something that caught our attention because of the fact that he was much slower on the first 2 days, but on day 3 of round robin, Caesar really like showed up. Like he was flying in terms of pace in Nürburgring, in Interlagos. So that's someone I don't want to count out as well. But also, we got very stacked lobby. We've seen Sanchit as well, like the improvement that he made in round robin. That was just very awesome to see because day 1 he was not even able to do anything. He came to day 2, day 3, and he was just on the pace. He was gunning for points, and he made it through to the finals just purely off 2 days of performance. Then we have Fierce B as well. That guy is, I don't know, Fierce B has like but I don't know what kind of god he prays to, but that guy's got some insane luck when it comes to race starts because he somehow maneuvers himself to the front of the pack. And if you put Fierce B in like a third or fourth or like a podium spot, he will defend it till the end. So I feel like, there are some guys that you have to watch out for in terms of pace. And then there are some guys who just have some very good starts. And that's what kind of dictates the rest of the weekend for us. But yeah, Ancient Pleb, I mean, I think it's unanimous between, I want to say between you and me, we know this is the guy to beat. But what are your thoughts? I mean, if you have someone else in mind.
I think we're pretty much settled on the top 4. I think we're in consensus there. Being Ancient Pleb, Abhi Thakur, Fun Anywhere, Scissor. I think Abhi 2 Speed is also in that vicinity, is in that top 5 pack. And unfortunate about one of the results in his round robin that he got left behind a wee bit. But I think these 4 or 5 racers are going to be the ones who are going to be contending at the top. I think in terms of consistency, we've seen Ancient Pleb pretty much ahead of the pack, has been by far the fastest guy on the track. I think Fun Anywhere, Abby Tucker, Scissor and Abi2Speed have been trading places depending on which race they are in. Certain races they're barely able to edge each other out. So I think in terms of pace, I think the scorecard at the end of the round robin did justice to what was the outcome of all those races. The fact that second, third and fourth were tied on 55 points, I think was testament to the fact as to how close these guys are. So I think if everything goes according to plan, there's going to be a first place, I think, is something that Ancient Pleb pretty much has his eyes on, and it's going to be a heavy favorite. But second, third, fourth, fifth, I've absolutely no idea. It's all going to come down to.
I think it's very fair to say that, because of the fact that one guy. But let's put it this way: there's a lot of pressure on Ancient Pleb as well, and if all eyes on you, that is also added pressure for you to kind of. It's all extra pressure into the race week and into the finals, into what's possibly going to secure a position into the Asia finals. So, I mean, will he crack under pressure? Will he use all this kind of pressure to put himself even ahead? That's what we're here to find out. 4 races. And
yeah, I think without further ado, I'm sure all the fans out there are saying, hey, let's get onto the track. And that's exactly what we will do right now. Race number 1 of the finals. We are jumping into the Nürburgring, a track that we have seen time and again. It was the track that we fell back on for the entirety of the qualifiers in round 1. It was also one of the tracks that we did play of the 2 in the round robin, and it is, I think, only poetic justice that we start the finals on Nürburgring GP circuit as well. 13 racers: Scissor, Fun Anywhere, Meister, Fiersby, RKV, Nick the Gamer, Dheeraj, Abby Tucker, Sanchit, Ancient Pleb, Abi2Speed, Burst Mode, Shami, your top 13 racers of India. Only 3 will walk away with all the fame and glory. SK, take it away.
1:16, Shay. That's the time that Ancient Pleb set in the round robin. The fastest. Oh, sorry, it's 2:16. Wait, let me just pull out my book.
Yeah, it is 2:16.
Yeah, I think that was just something that we didn't see anyone set. So I feel like, this is the guy to watch. And it was fast, man. That was, 2:17 was Abby, 2:16 was Ancient Pleb. And Dheeraj is also in this lobby. So Dheeraj also set a 2:17.9. So it is going to be very, very close. And we're not going to see those distant qualifying sessions where we used to see the round robin or the qualifier stages where, the leader was way ahead of the pack and the rest of them were like a second and 2 seconds off. I think this is going to be the battle of like hundreds of seconds between each of these people. And they're all on their outlap right now. Ancient Pleb, again, he's trying to maintain a bit of a gap. We know this guy is fast. We're going to keep our eyes on Ancient Pleb. As he swerves, as he tries to get some heat into his tires. This is his outlap, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Or no, that is no. That is his first qualifying lap in, right now. Again, blistering fast. Something of a difference compared to the previous races that we have had is this amazing liveries that we have today. We have the Toyota Gazoo Racing liveries in use for the finals. The cars look absolutely gorgeous. Toyota Gazoo Racing, of course, the racing company that is associated with several motorsport activities, the WEC, WRC, NASCAR, Dakar, Nürburgring 24 hours. They pretty much stand for endurance, versatility. A track as pretty much like Nürburgring, I think, is a perfect match made in heaven for that exact same test. And a huge shout out to Toyota Gazoo Racing for making this happen fiercely. In fact, parked at the edge, this is something that these racers are not accustomed to, SK. This much amount of traffic on the circuit during the practice session, which is in fact being used for qualifying. So they're gonna have to maneuver through traffic to ensure that they manage to get a fast lap in, SK.
Yeah, the liveries might change, the track, the weather, everything might change, but one thing remains a constant. Ancient Pleb, 2:16, 2:13. I was gonna say I called it, but not on his first qualifying lap. Brilliant stuff coming in from Ancient, but if you look at the rest of the pack, it was Abhi to speed again, consistently staying behind Ancient Pleb, just 700ths of a second off, which we know he can climb up. He can improve on this time. We've seen him do this time and time and again. Then we got RKV, then we got Abby Tucker, Caesar. Fun anywhere. It kind of surprising to me to see him in a 6th position spot at the moment. In my mind, I would put him in the top 3, but I'm very happy to see RKV step up. I'm very happy to see Abby Tucker up there as well. Fear Speed 7th right now, Maestro in 8th. And if we can round up the rest of the pack as well. So it's going to be Shami again. I don't think Shami had a really good first lap because Shami is not someone you're going to see in 10th. Then we got Nick the Gamer and Dheeraj. And I think where is Burst?
Burst is in 12th right now.
Burst is in 12th. All right. So Burst is putting a lap. For a guy who's coming from the wild card, I mean, props to this man. He is out here racing. He's looking clean on the track as well, and it's kind of like a teal Supra. I kind of like the color choice as well. It stands out from the rest of the crowd. And Ancient Pleb, Bobby 2 Speed, we're gonna see them in those blue Supras. These are the blue Supras to watch out for. An Ancient, what are you doing? You cannot cross that. Okay, Ancient lets Abhi 2 Speed go. I was wondering if he's gonna cross the pit lane, because I'm pretty sure you get a time penalty if you do that. But he's gonna let Abhi 2 Speed cross the line, and 2:16 Abhi improves his time, so he's almost cut down about 600ths of a second there. Now we see Ancient Pleb. What's going to happen, ladies and gentlemen, everyone watching, is that these guys are going to do a series of about 5-6 laps, and then they will go into the pits, get a fresh set of tires, and then they will hit the last section, and it's about 25 minutes of qualifying.
20 minutes.
And 20 minutes of qualifying. And the real excitement is halfway through when these guys switch tires and they push like crazy, because the first few laps are the consistent laps that they put in, try and put the fastest time. But I feel like they go a step, like a Super Saiyan level when they get those fresh tires and go for those last 4-5 minutes of qualifying. And RKV as well, man. I mean, he's looking mighty fine today, because if you look at his cornering, let's keep an eye on RKV. He's improved a lot coming into this race, and you can just look at the sheer lines that everyone's taking, right? Every single racer has done their homework. As I say that, he hits a bit of gravel. I don't think he loses a lot of speed. He is in P3 at the moment, a second row start, which he should be feeling really confident about. Goes wide there, so he's lost a bit of grip considering he did go into the gravel there. And now he's going to lose much more grip going here. Gets a little bit of a penalty as well. So this is not going to be a good lap, but I'm saying that you can see the homework that's done. Everyone's kind of on the pace, and the cornering has improved so much, at least from the mid pack as well, right? Let's look at what Caesar is doing. I feel like this is someone that we should be watching as well. He's also picked up a teal Supra, so a lot of these racers like this car. Again, guys, this is the GR Supra Cup. They are racing Supra 2020 model. It is a brilliant car, and you can see some of these guys pushing this to the max. And I think in the race is where we see the real excitement. We've seen some crazy overtakes. We've seen some insane drifts of these guys, because I feel like going at the end of each race is when we see all those traction losses of people pushing. And we've seen a lot of mid-pack fights as well in round robin. So I feel like everyone that's watching is in for a very, very exciting race. And that first corner, Shay, let's talk about the first corner for a bit. 13 racers going into turn number 1 of Nürburgring. Yeah. Let's keep qualifying aside for a few minutes now. How important is it for each of these guys to take that first corner? Let's talk about the first few guys going into the corner. Let's talk about the mid pack where they can go wide and then dive in. And let's talk about someone like sitting in 8th, 9th. We saw Sanchit do that, right, where he capitalized and got about 4 positions in the round robin. That is something that I feel like is gonna be very chaotic.
Yeah.
But that is also going to be, it's going to make or break the race. Either we'll see a very close race as everyone corners really well, and like everyone gets a clean start. But if there is collisions and if there is like incidents in the first two corners, I feel like we will see a repeat of one of the round robins where there was like a front three pack and there was like a mid pack, and then there was like the back, basically the rest of the racers at the back, which is why I feel like, people like Ancient Pleb or B2 Speed really push themselves in the qualifying because they don't want to get stuck in that chaos. But also you've seen the second and third row guys kind of dive in to turn number one. It's like a Hail Mary effort to try and get this, which kind of causes incidents sometimes. Do you feel, considering there's 13 races, do you feel we're going to see incidents in the first corner, or do you feel like, are you hoping that it's a clean start?
So I don't believe there's going to be a lot of major incidents because we do have ghosting during race set to on. So something on the lines of not really braking in time and running into people, that's not going to happen. But I think we have to understand that not only is it important to make it out of turn one, but to maintain the racing line throughout and ensure you don't make too many mistakes, because the arena corner thereafter, heading all the way through circuit 2 into the Dunlop hairpin into Schumacher S, I think that entire stretch of lap number 1 is very crucial for all of these racers, because like you said, if some of these racers don't really get off nice and clean and they pretty much have to fend off a lot of the competition throughout, and they're having a lot of tussles, they're not able to lap as fast as they can. The front of the pack, who are having a free track to race ahead of, is going to peel away from the middle pack, which is going to, we've seen situations where 4-5 laps in, we still continue to have a lot of these skirmishes kind of going on till the end of the race. So very important that you get off clean at the start. The first turn in itself, we've seen a lot of different approaches to taking that turn. We've seen racers go completely wide and are more than happy swinging around wide and hitting back neat, tight back in towards the apex into the curb, and then taking the racing line. We've also seen racers who do start P1 just pretty much dart across into the pretty much the racing line and hit the apex early and swing back out towards the curb straight into the racing line, moving into turn 2. So I think that is something Ancient Pleb has done previously. I don't expect them to change that approach coming in, but like you said, the people that we are interested in looking at are the people who are 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, because those are the places that we do see shift quite a bit. We've seen, like you said, Fierce P, someone who doesn't clock in the fastest of speeds per se during the practice session for qualifying, but he manages to make up for it by sheer pace during the race, and some of it is attributed to the kind of starts that he's been getting. He plays it patiently. He does not really look to make up places instantly. Instead, he just straight up looks at having a clean race, ensuring there are no mistakes coming in from his end, and I think that more or less pays off for him on most occasions. For the racers who are tuning in, let's walk you through a race through Nürburgring GP. We're going to make our way through the Yokohama S. They're perfectly taken by Ancient Pleb, who during qualifying actually likes to go wide, and that's exactly what it does. They're coming in through arena turn, the slowest turn through the entire circuit. Very tricky as well to ensure that you get that speed immediately on the exit down towards circuit 2 here. Beautifully managed by Ancient Pleb there, using all of the exit, that little extra part of road, allowing him to hit the gas, straighten the car much earlier. He's going to use some of the curb here again, coming in towards this turn up at circuit 2 again. Beautiful exit out on the gas, almost runs a tad bit too outside there, but manages to keep himself out of the gravel, and that's going to continue to allow him to keep his pace through the Dunlop hairpin here. Again, negotiated really well, using all of the road up in the center, coming in towards the Schumacher S. Again, you do have to break a wee bit, but you can continue to keep your pace if you use the entirety of the curb. I know it is kind of counterproductive here. The turn comes in, you try and not turn as much as you can, but that is the beauty of motorsports right there, gentlemen. Coming in through a couple of bends that we have, where you're gonna have to either brake hard and turn, or you kind of keep the pace on, skid your way through, drift your way through. It's exactly what Ancient Pleb does. They're coming in through the fastest part of the circuit. You go through the arch, you're going in full speed before you brake hard for the Weedall chicane here. Very tricky for the amateur racer. You can see using all of the corner there, but he's not going to dive past the end corner. He's diving into the pits for a fresh set of tires.
Very anticlimactic, but yeah, brilliant stuff coming in. If you look at the pack right now, what we have in store going into the race, considering there's only a few more minutes of qualifying, is that Ancient Pleb again in P1, a B2 speed, just 200ths of a second, right behind Ancient Pleb in P1, and then we have our KB P3, Caesar P4, Fun Anywhere finally like besting his time, so P7 all the way to P5 now. Then we have Abhi Thakur who's pushed towards this P6 position. Then we have Dheeraj in P7, Shami in P8, who's again improved 2 spots from P10, Mace, Fiersby in P9, Maestro in P10, Sanchit P11, Nick the Gamer P12, and Burst in P13. Sanchit again dropping a little too far back in the pack. You'd like to see him in that mid-section as well, but unfortunately it doesn't look like he's having a great start to this. But then it's one of 4 races. You still have a long way to go, and you can improve on your times. You can have a better I'm pretty sure Sanchit is much faster on Interlagos as well. But yeah, for now, it seems as though Ancient Pleb is going to lead us or lead the entire pack going into race number 1. And he's going to be mighty confident, considering the fact that if he does, like we were discussing, get a good start, he is going to be someone that's going to pull away while the rest of the pack fights. And he doesn't have to do a lot of, fending away from the rest of the racers. But one thing I've noticed is that at least like 60% of the racers right now are not accustomed to the traffic. So they're having a real tough time with respect to qualifying, because, this is the first time we've seen this many racers in the lobby. It usually was a 6 lobby, it was an 8 lobby, it was much quieter, and there was a lot more space to deal with. But this time around, I've seen a lot of these racers kind of bump into each other or kind of getting blocked by the racer ahead. So qualifying has been a little hectic if you aren't smart enough to plan the distance. But Dheeraj, I think Dheeraj this time around has a good time, but almost 2 seconds off of Ancient Pleb. So you can see the pace difference coming in from the leader and the rest of the pack. He's literally 2 seconds a lap faster than everyone else at the moment at the back of the pack. And I think moving down all the way to 13th, you will see like a 3 to 4 second it's a 10-second gap. There we go.
I mean, it's just 10th to the last guy. Unfortunately, Burst Mode, who did come from the giveaway wildcard race earlier today, unfortunately is a good 10 seconds slower than the top. But coming all the way down to even the 12th position, it's just 3 seconds that separates an entirety of 12 races. That is how competitive this entire group is, and you see racers hanging around. That is because we are close to the start of the race. 13 races going at it at the start of the Nürburgring GP. I am super hyped. The finals, race 1 will be live soon, and this I'm already getting goosebumps, SK. Just thinking about it.
It is going to be very unpredictable. That's the thing. I feel like, yeah, it's the first few corners, and then we're going to see like what happens. But that race start is very important. We've seen Ancient Pleb a couple of times kind of mess up his race start in the round robin, but let's hope he doesn't do this on the final day. So 1 more second, we are going to jump into race number 1 of the 4 race weekend here. Shay, take it away.
Well, race 1, we're done with qualifying on the Nürburgring GP circuit. 13 racers on the track. Ancient Pleb starting on pole. Abhi to speed on second. RKV third. Scissor on fourth. Fun Anywhere fifth. Abhi Thakur sixth. Dheeraj and Sammy close up the fourth row. Waiting for the lights to go off here for the start of the first race of the finals. 13 racers of Ancient Pleb with a beautiful start. Abhi to speed coming up in second. RKV continues to hold on, but the first turn is where we have our eyes all on. 13 racers coming through. Abhi, will he be able to get through? Nope. Scissor, he's going to challenge him. RKV coming out wide, but he's gone off the track there. Ancient Flag with a beautiful start at the beginning, already peeing away. Abhi to speed. Close challenge here coming in from Scissor. Abhi Thakur manages to go up quite a few places. Dheeraj trying to make a move there onto RKV. At the back, he manages to get it done at the blink of an eye. There's more traffic all the way at the back. Fearsby, 7th position. We pretty much hyped this guy up, saying, hey, he's probably one of the best guys at the start. And boy, oh boy, does he live up to that reputation. He's up to 7th. RKV, though, is the one who lost out big there at turn number 1. He goes all the way down to 6th. Dheeraj has made up quite a bit of spaces himself. He's up to 5th. Abhi Thakur in 4th. Scissor, Abhi to speed. No surprises, though, at the top. It is Ancient Pleb already a point, in fact, 1.6 seconds ahead of the rest of the pack escape.
Yup, Ancient Pleb, you give him that little bit of space and he is gonna just take the lead. He's gonna create the gap, and I think we're gonna say goodbye to Ancient Pleb at the moment, because he is already 1.8 seconds ahead. But Scissor, what a brilliant start from this guy. He just gets a position, gets a jump onto Abhi to speed in turn number 2, and now he recovers and gets the position back from Abhi to speed. So Abhi is the real loser here. He's going to drop from P2 to P3. And then we have RKV as well. He's dropped all the way to P6. RKV started in P3. So that is a big, big loss for this man going into the start. Abhi Thakur is going to gain a place. Dheeraj, what a good start from Dheeraj there. We told you some of these guys we need to watch out for. Dheeraj, Fearsby, these are the two guys that jumped a lot of places now. Dheeraj in 5th, RKV in 6th, Fearsby in 7th, and Shammy as well, P10 to P8. A little bit of collision there. We can see the ghosting happen. RKV, very, very aggressive. Abhi Thakur now is going to try and make the move on to Abhi to speed. Does he have the speed? Yes. Or nope, he doesn't have it.
No, he's actually going to be very clever there. He's going to tuck back in, try and use some of that slipstream coming in down into turn 1.
Oh, a little bit of collision there.
Collision, and Abhi to speed barely manages to squeeze in. It was pretty much a small hole in the
yeah, every one of these guys are super aggressive at this point. Abhi to speed, I feel like, is a little bit slower this time around. He's struggling in terms of just grip and in terms of pace. You can see him in a very uncomfortable situation, losing P2, and now he's losing P3 as well. Abhi Thakur looking mighty confident. He is just pushing as much as he can. He wants to capitalize on this podium, and you know, the fact that Abhi to speed is not on his usual pace is kind of very, very surprising. And you can see Abhi Thakur going into the Mercedes arena as well. He was very close, and now going into Dunlop, he is gonna be super close as well. So Abhi Thakur, I feel like, is in a very good position to basically jump in and try and secure that P3. Just give me a second. I will have to.
I think Scissor just about manages to hold on to his position. We've talked about this previously as well. You do check and adjust your racing line depending on how close your opponent is at the back. You don't really want to let him use the slipstream on the racing line and dive out, and Abhi to speed goes past Scissor up into 2nd position there. Abhi Thakur now up into 4th. Dheeraj continues to hold his position at 5th there, though. Abhi to speed, can he hold on? 3 races going in towards Weedall. Abhi to speed, yeah, he continues to hold on. And Scissor, I think he did drop momentarily there into 4th, might be mistaken, but he still continues to hold on to 3. And Dheeraj coming in wide, back towards the start-finish straight, will continue to hold on to 5. But look at Ancient Pleb up front. He's pulled away about 4.7 seconds now ahead of Abi2 Speed, who's pretty much got the entire pack behind him. Scissors just a second behind, and behind him we have the entire pack of racers challenging up. Abi2 Speed retakes back that second position away from Scissor. Scessor's down up at third, and Abby Tucker close behind him on his heels. How's this gonna play out? Ancient Pleb making his way through that turn up at circuit 2. This man has been pretty much the epitome of clean racing. He's barely made any mistakes so far through the entire tournament, winning all but one race during the round robin, where he did in fact have a slight bit of contact with Abby Tucker himself, who was at fourth position right now. But so far so good for the front runner. He continues to build close to a second lap lead. In fact, 1.5 seconds, if my math does serve right, all the way up to the top.
All right, I am back. I had a bit of a disconnect there, but yeah, I mean, I was watching the fight between Abby Tucker and I think it was Caesar.
Yeah.
Or it was Abi2 Speed while I disconnected, and now I see like a whole shift there. Abi2 Speed kind of securing his P2 back from Caesar, and Abby Tucker now in fourth. So, you know, again, Ancient Pleb, he is 6 seconds pretty much ahead of the rest of the pack, and we just entered 3 laps. He's going into lap number 4, and we already see him 6 seconds ahead. So Ancient Pleb definitely here. You know, I had a very good start. He was off the line really fast, and he didn't have to deal with any of the traffic. But Abi2 Speed there had to fight tooth and nail for that position, and he is gonna come back into P2. Ancient Pleb is looking mighty confident that he is ahead of the pack. He can make a few mistakes as well.
Looking at
look
the start, yeah.
Oh my, dude, he was flying, and you can see what he does. Goes on the inside, and then he closes the gap, which means this is going to force Abi to move a little wide, and Abi just gets tossed around. There are KV on the left, Caesar on the right, and look at Dheeraj. Dheeraj's casually just gaining positions alongside of Abby Tucker. These two guys just gained huge in that fight that happened, and we're on board here. Ancient Pleb ahead of the pack. Abi2 Speed, I don't think he's gonna be able to chase that 6 seconds in about, you know, the 4 laps that are remaining, but for now it is Abi2 Speed in second, and Abi2 Speed goes off track.
Yeah, he did force himself off track there. Looks like
that was... Yeah, he's gonna pick up a huge penalty as well. Abi2 Speed alongside Caesar, unless this is a visual bug.
It might just be a visual bug that we're working with, but not to worry. Abi2 Speed still.
Yeah, because he was flying on gravel. I was like, excuse me, what's happening here? But wait, did Abi disconnect? No ways.
No, he's still on the track. He's still up in third position. We're looking at the back of the pack though, where we have...
No, Abi did drop. You can see him in 11th. So I feel like something did happen up ahead, but it's gonna be a smiling Caesar now that's gonna be in P2, and Abi Tucker puts himself in that podium position. Because I had a bit of a disconnect as well. So unless, you know, if he is from my city, then or if he's from where I'm pretty sure.
Hopefully the internet gods have not hurt him much, but yeah, he has disconnected from the race. That's unfortunate, but he still has 3 more races to try and make his way back in. But what that has done is opened up Scizor's position, allowing him to consolidate it even further up in second. He's all the way now close to 1.2 seconds ahead of Abby Tucker. KV back in fourth, Dheeraj in fifth. They're pretty much things have settled down right now up at the close to the 60% mark here in race number 1 of the final. Scizor is shooting a little bit wide there, but Ancient Pleb, sorry, I keep saying Ancient Pleb. Ancient Pleb,
yeah.
this man...
But he's gonna, he's 8 seconds ahead, man. It's like, Can you take anything away from him in race number 1? I don't think so. Perfect qualifying, perfect start. He's just continuing to dominate. But I feel like our KV is someone that we should also keep an eye on, because he did drop to P4 from P3. So he is trying to chase down Abby Thakur to try and secure his rightful position. And he's pretty close as well. If you look at 3rd, 4th, 5th, they're all like a second apart. And, any mistake from each of these guys can cost them their position. And Shami as well is in the hunt there. Shami, you cannot count him out. And he is just going to continue to push. But what happened to Fun Anywhere? He dropped from P5 to P7. I'm guessing it was something to do with the start. And he's just been off the pace lately. He's someone that's been ahead in his qualifying as well. And in his round robin, he was in the top 2, top 3 pretty much. But unfortunately, in the final weekend, we see him in P7 with not a lot of pace. And he's not the same Fun Anywhere that was very, very aggressive in putting out these fast times.
Yeah, I'm being told it might just be a spectator a bug that sometimes it just shows that someone's disconnected for a certain spectator, but it's not IRL. I'm getting confirmation from the stewards that in fact we do have Abhi to Speed still in 2nd position, so all's good. For him, he's still pretty much in contention, but we're going to stick with Ancient Pleb here as he goes through the motions in the last 3 laps remaining in the Nürburgring GP race number 1 of the finals. Clean race record, 9 seconds. That's quite a big lead that he does have SK going through just pretty much 5 laps on the circuit. He's managed to put close to 1.8 seconds lead per lap, and considering how competitive this entire group is, that is saying quite a bit, SK.
Oh yeah, for sure. He has done his homework, and he's come into this race just looking super quick. I feel like he's just a better version of himself up there in front. But yeah, I think the big thing is, considering that Abby to Speed is still in P2, it's going to be Caesar and Abby Thakur. So they still have a shot at the podium. Is Abby Thakur pushing enough? Is it a question? Maestro, all the way back in P11. Again, it's surprising to see him back there. I think he was at least in the mid packs going into the round robin. But Fierce B and Sanchit, Fun Anywhere, all these guys have lost a lot of pace. Fun Anywhere is trying to attack now for P6. Let's keep an eye on Fun Anywhere as he's trying to close the gap onto Shami, just about 500ths of a second. So if he does close another 300ths of a second, he will be in the slipstream, but he picks up a 0.5 second penalty there into the Schumacher S. As keep an eye on Fun Anywhere as he does tackle the bends and then goes flat out towards the Ad 1 arch. This is a very good place to build up the pace, but it seems as though Shami was better on the exit. He is going to get 700ths of a second, which is not going to give Fun Anywhere enough of a gap to tuck into the slipstream. It's going to come down to Vidal now. If he can tackle Vidal better than Shami, he can close the gap. He does do it. 400ths of a second. There we go. That's exactly what Fun Anywhere needed if he needs to tuck into this slipstream. He's looking very close now to Shami. Can he make a dive happen? He's going to tuck in now to the slipstream. It's all going to come down to turn number 1. Fun Anywhere. Does he have the pace? He's looking for it, but I don't think he's close enough. Shami, even though he goes, oh, that is very aggressive stuff coming in from Fun Anywhere. Shami is not gonna be happy about that one. I feel like, unnecessary aggression. And I'm pretty sure he did pick up a time penalty for that. But Shami, he just gets punted off. Fun Anywhere losing all sorts of control there. He braked way too late, and there was nothing but Shami in front of him, and they are gonna see a collision there. Meanwhile, Caesar I mean, say we can see him as P2, but I think he is in P3
Yeah,
from
he
now.
is in P3, yes. So coming in through Ancient Pleb, he's got one more lap in this circuit. He makes his way through the hairpin down towards the Schumacher S, way ahead of the rest of the pack here, but I must say it's been another clean race. Absolutely, we wouldn't have expected anything less from this man here. A clean race again, clearly the fastest, but Urkevi up into fourth. I think he might have been able to make up another place or two if all things had gone according to plan, but considering he lost out big time going into turn number 1, I think he'd be more than happy with how things eventually turned up for him. He's benefited massively. He's managed to pull his way back into 5th position, and that's a good place to be. Not the best, but definitely still in contention, because we've got a lot more races coming up after this as we see Ancient Pleb start his final lap here on the Nürburgring GP circuit. But there are 3 more races after this. We're going to be moving on to Spa next, then we have Monza, and we're going to close things up on Interlagos. So looking forward to the remaining races. I think the track number 2 and 3, I think that's going to be where things are going to get very interesting. SK.
Oh, look at this move though. Abhi Thakur, last lap, putting in the move on to Caesar. He does make it happen, but Caesar comes in the inside and closes the door. Now Abhi Thakur, just a few more corners, and if you look in the distance, RKV also, he's gonna go wide there. He's gonna carry a lot of speed into this corner. Abhi Thakur with that aggression on the inside. He does have the space. The Caesar gonna close the gap. Oh, this is looking exciting.
But he has the inside line
now
going
on the
in.
inside. Yep, he is gonna close the gap. Abhi Thakur, a little bit of collision there. We know for a fact that this corner here, the Dunlop hairpin, it is gonna be a lot of pressure going into it. Caesar does break on time. Abhi Thakur, can he carry enough speed? It looks as though Abhi Thakur is still on the bounce. Look at RKB there. He's closing in. This is a 3-way battle going into the last few corners of the race. Caesar with the defense. Still good. Abhi Thakur looking for every bit of opportunity. If he can get this overtake, this is the corners that he needs to nail, because the moment he exits into the Advent Arch, I think he will have enough speed. Look at RKV. RKV as well has closed in just 200ths of a second. RKV, it is a 3-way battle now. Will Abhi Thakur make the move on to Caesar, or will RKV capitalize on this? Because he is in the slipstream of Abhi Thakur going out of the Advent Arch into Vidal. Will there be a dive bomb? Meanwhile, Ancient Pleb in the last end corner, start finish straight. Victory number 1 in the final weekend. We see his blinkers. He's gonna slide around. What a dominant performance. 15 seconds ahead
And
of the
the
pack.
last
Look at the
corner,
rest of the-
Cesar is going to try and make a move to take back 2nd place. It's not going to be. In fact, he goes all the way back to 4th. He's down to 4th, and they're going to race down.
What is going on? Abhi Thakur there. Oh my god. So Caesar ends up taking P3 from Abhi Thakur.
Yeah, that's actually technically.
Wait, I'm very confused. So Abhi Speed is still in the race, right?
Yeah, he is in the race. So
it is
we will get-
Abhi Speed in second.
Yeah, so we will get an update from the race stewards on the final positions during the break.
What
but
was that?
what a finish coming through. Nick the Gamer, celebrations coming through. Maester as well as Burst Mode. The last 2 remaining racers, we're waiting on them to come through the start finish straight here to bring race number 1 of the finals to a close. It has been absolutely spectacular, to say the least. What an amazing start to the finals. If this is an indication of the things to come, I'm super hyped, man. It's gonna get better and better because we're going into the realm of the unknown now. These racers, for the first time in this tournament, are gonna be taking the track at Spa and Monza. It is gonna be hype, hype, hype all around, but take nothing away from Ancient Pleb, man. Start to finish, absolutely flawless. A masterful performance coming from this man. Something that we did talk about quite a fair bit during the pre-game was he was clearly gonna be the favorite going in, and I think he kind of proved that exact same thing. He made it clean through qualifying, clearly the fastest by a good 0.2 of a second. Flawless start, manages to get himself clean through turn 1, let everyone behind him duke it out for positions. He makes his way through nice and clean and dominates from start to finish. He was close to, what was it, 10 seconds if I'm not mistaken?
15.
15
that
seconds.
That was, I think, the most dominant performance we've seen from Ancient Pleb on Nürburgring.
Yeah.
But the fact that that last corner fight between Caesar, Abby Thakur and RKB, I don't know what that was. It almost seemed like a wrestling match down there going into the last corner, but Abby Thakur comes out on top. Surprising, because I feel like Caesar lost a lot of speed going into that corner. So Caesar is going to drop that place to Abby Thakur. So Abby's going to be very confident as well going into this race. But the rest of the pack, it's all up and down. But then, like you said, Spa is the next track we're going to be jumping into, and none of these guys, or we've not seen any of these guys race in Spa. So it is a brand new experience for all of us, and it is a big twist going into this final weekend by adding Spa and Monza as well, because the fourth track we know is Interlagos. There we've seen some brilliant stuff coming in from some of these racers, but I feel like race number 2 and 3 are definitely the ones to really capitalize on. If you are any of the mid runners or the back of the pack, this is the time to step up. Still 3 races remaining this weekend, and I'm excited, man. Okay. I mean, Ancient Pleb showing us that he is the guy to beat. 15 seconds gap on the finish there.
Okay, but, so yeah. I just got an update from the race stewards. So it does seem like, in fact, B2 Speed did face some internet issues.
Okay.
He did eventually end up dropping out. So he is unfortunately not going to be on the leaderboard. So as things stood there at the end of race 1, that is what it is going to be.
So that's going to be
Ancient Pleb in first. It is Abby Thakur in second, Cesar in third, RKV in fourth, Fun Anywhere fifth, Dheeraj Edge on sixth. So that is the standings for race number 1. I'm super excited. Unfortunate there for B2 Speed. Hopefully he can maybe jump on another internet line and get himself in. If not, it is pretty much all up to... I mean, coming in to this race, I would have I did not really expect RKV to be up there at top. I mean, we had this discussion where we said, you know what, I think it is going to be a 5-way fight to the top between, I think, Ancient Pleb, Fun Anywhere, B2 Speed, Abby Thakur and Cesar, right?
Yeah.
And now we find RKV jumping into the mix as well.
I kind of felt a little bad because RKV was definitely on the pace. At least in the last few laps, he recovered a lot of time, and he was in the potential spot to get that P2 or P3 away from Caesar and Abby Thakur. Because going into that corners, there was like a big wrestling match that happened there. But Abby Thakur came back on top. But yeah, let's keep an eye out on RKV. It seems as though RKV has spent the week practicing, and he is here to play. But yeah, brilliant stuff coming in from RK. But Fun Anywhere, we need to see this man step up. We know what he's capable of. We've seen him race at the top, continuously through the qualifiers and the round robin. So I feel like Fun Anywhere really needs to step up his game. And, it's just 3 more races. That's all that stands between all these guys and that big prize pool and the top 3 positions and the qualifying, the chance to play in the Asia Cup. That is what they're all playing for. Money aside, it is 3 of the slots to play in the Asia Cup finals. and represent India. And this is the first time we are having the Supra GT Cup here. And big shout out to Toyota India and Kazu Racing as well for this opportunity for all these racers and us to witness some amazing races. It's been 6 days of crazy qualifying and round robins, and we're finally here on day number 7, which is the finale. One race already down, Ancient Pleb the winner. We have 3 more races to go, Shed.
Yeah, 3 more to go. It is going to be Spa coming up next for the first time here in the Toyota GR Supra GT Cup Asia India Finals. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. Don't forget to hit that like button, share it with all your friends. Let them know the spectacle, the grandest spectacle in motorsport esports is going on right here, right this Saturday. Don't miss it. We'll take a quick break. We will be back shortly with the second race of the finals. I'm Shades here. That is SKplz. Don't go anywhere.
सबने कहा पढ़ाई शढ़ाई करके रिस्पेक्ट कमाओ, और मैंने रियलिटी शो में जाकर लड़ाई की, और लड़ाई ऐसी की कि इडियट बॉक्स से सीधा बॉक्स ऑफिस का हीरो। एक ऐसा हीरो जो बन सकता है कभी अंधा तो कभी गंजा, कभी लड़की तो कभी गे, या यूं कहें आई चोज माई वे। एक बात बोलूं, लाइफ इज ऑल अबाउट द चॉइस यू मेक। फिर देखना, जहां जाओगे respect follows.
Introducing Toyota's youngest urban SUV, the Toyota Urban Cruiser.
Respect follows.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back. It is time for race number 2 of the finals for the Toyota GR Supra GT Cup Asia India. I'm Shesha. Joining me back again is SKplz. We just witnessed race number 1. Let's have a look at how the scoreboard looks like at the end of this race before we do jump into Spa. Ancient Pleb, one race win up top at the Nürburgring. No surprises there, 12 points. Abby Tucker in second with 9. Cesar in third with 7. RKV fourth with 6. Fun Anywhere fifth with 5 points. Dheeraj on 4. Fierce B makes up quite a few positions on his qualifying space there. Is going to be up to 3. Shami with 2 points up at 8. Sanchit 9th with 1 point. Nick the Gamer, Meister, Burst Mode, and Abi2 Speed, unfortunately did disconnect out earlier, are all going to be 10, 11, 12, and 13 respectively with no points. SK, what are your thoughts on the leaderboard so far?
I mean, Abi2 Speed, just very, very unfortunate the fact that, he had to disconnect, or he had like a bit of a technical difficulty, but he still has 3 more races left. But he was in second, which kind of puts him in a difficult situation going into these 3 races. Abby Tucker is going to be very happy with his P2 finish, 9 points secured, and Cesar in third as well. But RKV, like we said, this is the guy we're going to keep our eyes on this time around in Spa, because he surprised us in the first race. RKV was very dominant in the start to finish. He maintained his P4. He was ahead. I think he went to P3 in the start. But yeah, he did go for that crazy, battle that went all the way to the finish line. Unfortunately, wasn't enough to put him in that podium position. But 6 points for him. Fun Anywhere and Shami. After that incident, Fun Anywhere did push, and he came all the way in 5th, which means Dheeraj, we didn't keep an eye on. He did make a few mistakes in that last lap because Fun Anywhere was behind him, and now he's all the way up in 5th. Dheeraj edge in 6th. Fierce being 7th. And Shami, I feel like needs to step up. Shami finishing in 8th is not a position that he usually finishes in. He's somewhere in the 4, 5, 6, or at least in the podium contention most of these races we've seen him. But yeah, Nick the Gamer, Maestro, all these guys needs to step up. Like you said, just 3 more races remaining for them to secure the top 3 spots. And Ancient Pleb, man, he is going to be looking to dominate throughout. I don't think he's going to put, just ease out any at all going into Spa and Monza, because these are 2 tracks, like we said, we've never seen them in the tournament before. So I'm going to be excited to see which driver here, do we have someone else faster than Ancient Pleb in Spa? That's the real question. If not, he's going to continue the domination. We've seen that the moment he gets a little bit of space up ahead, he is a goner, and it's not really easy to keep up with his pace. But yeah, the rest of the guys are KV, Abi Thakur, Abi2 Speed, and Cesar. These are the guys we have to watch out for going into Spa. And I think, like you said, it's more of a battle for second, third than first at the moment. But if Ancient secures another win in Spa, I feel like then it's just going to be a battle for second and third. And like we said, 3 spots up for grabs there. They will qualify to the Asia Cup, which is a big opportunity. And also, playing for the top 3 in India Cup also gives them a huge prize pool if you want to run them through that, Shane.
Yeah, it does have quite a bit of flair to it in itself. Let's have a look at it once again. It's 2,25,000 rupees on the line, besides the spots in the Asian Nations Cup. 1 lakh for the winner, second place 75, third place 50k. I think it's safe to say Ancient Pleb is got his eyes on the prize already. So let's go on ahead and jump in to the track itself. We are going to be going to Spa here for the first time in this tournament. We are on board with Ancient Pleb. It's a circuit that is relatively new to the racers. That is considering the fact that they have never actually raced on this circuit in a tournament race throughout this tournament. So Spa and Monza are the two new entries in the finals. So I'm going to be super excited to see how these racers are able to cope with this change. I mean, I'm sure all these racers have put in a lot of practice now over the last 2 weeks. This tournament has been going on for over a month now. They've had the time to look at the routes. They knew that at the beginning itself, way back at the end of last month, that if they did make it to the finals, they will have to overcome the challenges at Spa and Monza. Let's see how those preparations have been so far. We're gonna stick with Ancient Pleb as he makes his way through the bus stop. Let's stick with him for a full hot lap through Spa here. Coming in through the start-finish straight, we come in immediately to La Source. It's a hard hairpin that you have to brake real hard for, and then coming down the straight. I think this is quite, I think arguably the most beautiful part of any circuit I have seen so far. You have the Le Rouge turn here, moving straight up into Radion. You pretty much use all the curb there, try and keep the car as straight as possible, avoid as much of the turn, moving straight down through the Camel Straight. This is where you build up to the top speed in this circuit. Immediate hard brake down as you move through Les Combes. A hard chicane again. You try and use all of the curb, every inch of the track there to try and keep the pace up. Going in through the next turn, you're coming in towards a downward turn here in the Rivage, where you're gonna brake hard. You see Ancient Pleb kind of skidding around a little bit. Might have lost a little bit of time there, nothing too significant though. As he makes his way through this double left, straight up into Pain, where it is another double bend coming up. Very high speed corners here up at Spa, where one mistake not only is going to cost you speed there, but quite possibly speed building up into the next upcoming few turns as well. As we see him quickly navigate through the final chicane. Straight up towards the two fast turns up at Blashmont. The first turn coming through, a second one at that as well. In fact, that's the Stablo two turns, my bad. The two Stablo turns there. This, however, is the Blashmont turns, where it is the fastest turn up in the entire circuit here, where you want to stay full max on the throttle, avoid braking, try and keep that turn through, where you're going to come in through that white mark there, hard brake down to deal up with this bus stop chicane, where if you don't get on the brakes early, chances are you're going to mess up the entire chicane right there. Coming in through the start finish straight, a 2:42, 1:48 aboard Ancient Pleb SK.
Yep, the time to beat there, 2:42. Let's see if anyone can topple Ancient P this time around. Like the way Shed was walking you through, it's a beautiful track, but it's also a very fast-paced track. If you make a mistake in any of these corners, they are such high-speed corners that they will throw you off. So going into our Rouge as well, right, is very tricky. If you're not able to hit this corner perfectly, you will slide. As we're on board with Abby Talker, you see him, he's gonna lose a little bit of traction there, but lucky for him, the Supra holds. You see a lot of these guys as well, they have to use very tricky corner to get right, but it seems as though Ancient Pleb's the only one that's actually gone through smooth. You can see Fun Anywhere as well, a little, you know, kind of shaky there going into a Rouge, and once you exit that, the Camel Straight is just flat out. You don't really have to take your foot off the pedal, and Les Combes as well. This is where the braking is gonna come. There we go at the 100 mark. Gonna stop braking as he goes in. He's a little slower here compared to Ancient, but Fun Anywhere, looking strong. No penalties as of now. as he tackles Spa. So everyone else looking rather clean going into Aruj. I was kind of surprised because that is one corner that can literally end your race in a split second. There, a mistake on Aruj, and you're a goner. As we are on board now with Fun Anywhere, Sector 1 is about 2 seconds slower than the leader, who's Ancient Pleb. But no surprises up at the top there. Ancient Pleb is going to be in P1, B2 Speed in P2, Abby Talker P3, and Caesar in P4. But this time around, Fun Anywhere and our KV P5 and P6. And we have Dheeraj in P7, Fierce B in P8, Maestro P9, Shami in P10, Nick the Gamer P11, Sanchit P12, and Burst Madness going to be our 13 racers. So B2 Speed, hopefully this time around, no technical difficulties for him because we did see him drop out of the race last time around. But yeah, the last chicane here, we see Ancient Pleb going into the final chicane and down the start-finish straight. Can he best his time? Nope. He's gonna do the anticlimactic thing to us again and dive into the pit stop. Meanwhile, a lot of traffic here for our B2 Speed. Don't think he's gonna be very appreciative of this, considering this is his hot lap. He's a second off of Ancient Pleb's time at the moment, but he does go off track there. That is gonna slow him down and picks up a 0.5 second penalty. So yeah, like I said, it is a very, very fast paced track and very technical corners. So you need to be pretty much 200% on that concentration, and every corner is gonna, gain you a lot of time or lose you a lot of time. On board with Abby Talker now, who's in P3. He's just 300ths of a second behind Ancient Pleb. So we know Abby Talker is a very, very fast racer. There you go. Hits Rouge perfectly this time around.
Oh, he's lost
as
the
I
car
say
there.
that, he's lost it. Yeah, it's a very tricky corner. He does slow down, so props to him there. Doesn't really collide with the barrier. But someone else that did hit that corner perfectly is Caesar, as we jump in as he just kind of guns it down Camel Straight using all the power of that Supra. And the braking point there at the 100 mark, you see the 100 board, you're gonna slam the brakes, try and shift down as much as possible into second gear. And this section here as well, Shade and me, we play a lot of F1 on our casual, on our free time, and I feel like this section here on those F1 cars are very tricky. And I see even the Supras, like these guys are pretty much struggling for grip as they come out, because your rear end almost like you have to control the rear end as you exit that corner. And these double bends here as well, very, very tricky, because you got to go wide and then come back. And you see what happens if you don't go wide is what exactly happened to Caesar. If you hit that corner close, you are going to get thrown away at the midsection. So you have to start wide, dive into the apex, and then get out and then dive back in again. So it's a very tricky place. Then these couple of corners, again, not really that difficult, very easy to corner into. They're going to have a lot of pace going in, but this is I feel like the overtaking opportunity is going into these corners here. As you exit into Blanchimont, I feel like if you have enough speed, you're tucked into the slipstream. This is the longest section of the second longest section of the track before you hit that chicane. I feel like if you carry enough speed here, you are in a potential position to overtake in these races. But the one thing whoa, that's a big kind of drift there coming in from Caesar. Style points to you, but I feel like he did lose a bit of time. He's about 1.7 seconds off the leader at the moment. Again, the chicane, he's going to dive in as well. All these tires, they're having a lot of difficult time here with the grip levels. Fun Anywhere also going to dive into the pits. So everybody there going in for a fresh set of tires, as we see B2 Speed building his momentum there on to Nick the Gamer. There we go. This is how you take this corner there, flat out, but just a tad bit of braking there from B2 Speed as he enters the chicane. His braking is on point. Nick the Gamer, is he in the way is the question. Meanwhile, Ancient Pleb trying to set another scorcher of a lap. He's already 200ths of a second faster. He's on a fresh set of tires this time around. Take it away, Shade. Let's see if Ancient Pleb can best his current fastest lap, which is a 2-minute 42 time to beat.
Indeed, man. He's a good 1 second faster than the rest of the competition at the moment, but we did see him dive into the pits for a fresh set of tires early on. So the rest of the competition behind him, we did see moments earlier get into the pit themselves. So they're going to be having a lot more speed in them coming out into the second half of qualifying. We're about 11 minutes in, 9 more minutes to go before we jump into the race here up at Spa. But the constant thing in this race and the last one is the player up top. Ancient Pleb continues to go super fast through the circuit. And something that you did mention previously as well, the fact that it is super important for these racers to ensure that they're hitting these corners absolutely perfectly, because the margin for error is so small in these fast corners, fast turns that are there up at Spa. We did see earlier Cesar, one tiny mistake and you end up overshooting quite a bit, and right now it is qualifying, so he's gonna be able to recover from that. But if it does happen in the race, an 8-lap race, that one small mistake might just cost you a top 3 spot in that overall leaderboard. So quite a bit of focus required from these racers here up at Spa. Some of these corners are very punishing, to say the least, especially the one up after Le Source, where we have the Le Rouge into Radion. I think that is where, at least at the start, if they're not able to get the perfect line, you're using all of the curb to ensure that you have minimalistic amount of turn that is required. And that is such a fine line that the racers are dealing with. A little bit of an overshot over there and you're going to completely blow your turn going into Radion, and I think that is pretty much going to be a race done and dusted right there if you do end up making a big blunder at that corner. But as things stand, we're on board Abby Thakur, who's currently up at 4th, but he's a good 1.3 seconds behind Ancient Pleb, about 0.3 seconds behind Abhi to speed. He can definitely make up that pace here in that second half with these fresh set of tires that he does have. He is, however, 0.2 of a second slower than his PB, so quite a bit of time and pace already lost in that first sector, and I don't think he's going to be able to make up past his PB, let alone catch up to Abhi to speed and take that P2 SK.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like you were saying, the margin for errors, you can see how difficult this track is, especially in some of these corners. Once you know, there are two sections of the track which are flat out, but the rest of it is very, very technical. But Abhi Thakur, I mean, he is improving on his time with every lap, but there's only a few more minutes left in qualifying, and let's see if Abhi Thakur can best his time. But he should be very confident as well. He's secured a P2 for himself in race number 1, and starting in the second row in race number 2, it's gonna be a very confident Abhi Thakur. We know his race pace is on par. This time around, I feel like, you know, with respect to how this track is laid out, I think we're going to see a lot more overtaking opportunities. We're going to see a lot more action as well, and you know, the mistakes is what we're going to watch out for, because like we mentioned, this track is very punishing. Like, with respect to Nürburgring, it's a very wide track. You can make a lot of you can correct a lot of the mistakes made. But I feel like on Spa, if you make any of the mistake, because some of these sections of the track are very narrow, so if you make a mistake, you are going to go wide, and your recovery is going to be very, very difficult. And I think with respect to that, going into the race, and we've seen some sheer aggression coming in from a few of these racers here, so they have to keep that in mind going into Spa. But the top of the pack still remains the same. We see Fierce B here. Very surprised to see Fierce B in P11 as well, because he is again a mid-runner for most of the qualifying, and he did have like a podium finish as well in the qualifiers in the round robin. So Nick the Gamer, Fierce B somehow not on the pace this time around. But yeah, qualifying session for now looks like Ancient Pleb 242, 148. That is the time to beat for the rest of the pack. He is going to be in P1, so it's going to be back-to-back P1s for Ancient Pleb, as no one can best his time. Abi2 Speed in second, Abhi Thakur in third. That is our top three for a race number 2 of the 4-race weekend here. And Sanchit as well, man. Very surprised to see him not on the pace this time around. Dheeraj usually does have like a much slower qualifying, but in the race he's just a whole other demon. And he tries to capitalize on the mistakes. He's got a much better race pace than most of these guys. Shami finally in P7, so I'm happy to see Shami now stepping up, because Shami is again a very, very aggressive racer. Unfortunate about that incident that happened to him in the last race between him and Fun Anywhere. So I feel like Shami has something to say, as he's out qualified Fun Anywhere with just a couple of minutes remaining this qualifying. RKV, there we go, RKV in P4. So again, we're gonna, this time around on Spa, I feel like the 2-3 people we are going to keep our eye on are going to be Abhi Thakur, RKV, and Caesar, because I have a feeling that Ancient Pleb and Abi2 Speed, these guys are up in front. They are not really going to be bothered, because if they do get a bit of space going into Spa, I think they will be goners as well. And it all comes down to the start. And like you said, Aruj, that corner is just gonna either kill some racers or is just gonna go crazy, because we saw Abhi Thakur go wide there, and you saw how difficult it is to recover from that place, because it is such a fast-paced corner, and any mistake there is gonna kill your chances at trying to stay in the top 3, or at least stay in the race for that matter. Because if you go off into the barrier, that is gonna be the end. And this chicane as well, we see Ancient Pleb making a mistake on the final chicane, so it is not easy, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, that is Spa for you. It is a very, very punishing track, but it's also one of the most exciting tracks to race on. Shade, what are your last thoughts, considering the qualifying is coming to an end now?
Yeah, I think in terms of the starting grid order, more or less, it does seem like we've pretty much continued to hold the norm, where we do have Ancient Pleb up top. We see Cesar that's kidding around a little bit. Abi to Speed up in second. RKV just goes.
He does move up. Yeah, he just moves up to P3. So big on this guy, man. I mean, 200ths of a second now between him and Abhi. So that is just, Abhi must be feeling robbed at this point of time, considering it was the last qualifying lap, and he just gets thrown down to P4. But second row start. This is going to be race number 2. Shade, I will let you take away this start.
Well, it's race number 2 times, ladies and gentlemen. 13 racers on the track here up at Spa for the start of race number 2 of the finals here of the Toyota GR Supra GT Cup Asia India. 2, 1, there go the lights of the starting grid. A wonderful start again for Ancient Pleb. Abi2 Speed straight up behind them. They're coming in towards La Source. It is a hard hairpin, 13 cars, and we do have Cesar trying to inch his way in. RKV is up into second. A lot of incidents all the way at the back. We do see races going wide as well, but Ancient Pleb continues to stay up in first. WSP close up behind him. RKV up into third. And Nick the Gamer finds himself up in fourth as well. They're going down. Lobby 2 Speed has actually gone a wee bit too wide there into past La Rouge. We did talk about it earlier, but the constant again, Ancient Pleb off to a good start there, but the braking into La Source, it is very tricky in fact. And we do have quite a bit of Nick the Gamer is gonna get punished very hard. There we see him cut the corner, completely loses it. I think that is pretty much what we would have expected to an extent, considering that it is a very small difference between getting that sweet spot of that break time where you make up a few positions and you end up losing out on a lot of positions as well. But that being said, I think right now we're going to see a little bit of normalcy set in as Cesar is back up into fourth position. Fierceby again, decent start, and he's going to go past Shammy there up into fifth, but Shammy wants to almost challenge him back up instantly going into this fast turn here. Doesn't look like a Willie. Oh, he did. He does manage to go out on the outside, holds on to the racing line. Fierceby decides not to challenge him for that, and that is Shammy wrestling back his P5, but it's a whole other challenge to try and keep it for the rest of this race. Quite an eventful lap one so far, SK.
Yeah, we didn't quite notice, but Fun Anywhere and Abby Thakur. Abby was in fourth place, P4 on the starting grid. He drops down all the way to P13, so there was a huge incident going into La Source. We saw a bunch of drivers collide there, but it seems as though Fun Anywhere and Abby Thakur are the ones that spun out, and they drop all the way to 12th and 13th, so now they have to fight back. Abby Thakur must be feeling really down, but he's already charging up. But look at the rest of the pack there. What that's going to open up for us is some exciting racing, because it's Shammy in P5. What a brilliant start for this man. All the way from P8 to P5, Fierceby in P6, Maestro P7, Dheeraj P8, and you can see 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. All these racers just a second apart. Brilliant stuff coming in. Burst goes wide. Yeah. Abby and Fun Anywhere. Abby's already fighting. You can see Abby's moved up to 10th. So 2 places in the last couple of corners there. And now he's hunting down Vic. Going in to a Rouge. Does he have the speed on the exit? I think he does have the jump onto Nick the Gamer. And he goes in for the kill that Abby Thakur is fighting. And there's a bit of collision there. He's going to push Abby Thakur off. And Abby... can he make it back on track? Because he's going to lose a lot of time there, but good enough. He's just picked up a second penalty, but he does recover from that, because we know that you jump off into the grass or the gravel, you're not going to be able to recover. Meanwhile, Dheeraj and Maestro, you're having a bit of a fight of their own, so a lot of fights here. P5 and P6, P7 and P8. Abby Thakur has already moved to P8, so he is fast. And, considering the fact that you drop down from P4 to P13, that is gonna hurt, but it's also gonna give you that wee bit of motivation that you need to push, because it's not the end of the race. 6 more laps remaining, and Abby Thakur with that pace, I'm sure he can push himself to the middle of the pack. But as of now, this is how it stands, ladies and gentlemen. Ancient Pleb 2.3 seconds ahead. He is in P1. LB2 Speed in P2, close behind, and then we have our KV in P3. That's the top 3, and then they've opened up a little bit of space. RKV and Caesar about 3 seconds apart, and then Caesar and Shammy another 3 seconds apart. Then we have the rest of the pack. It's going to be Dheeraj in P6, Maestro in P7, Abby Thakur hunting back his positions. You can see him 600ths of a second. He's already coming in right behind Abby Thakur. We see Fun Anywhere. These 2 gentlemen were in the incident into turn 1, and they're already pushing. This is some fun stuff coming in from these racers. No complaints whatsoever. Let's just jump in, let's just, forget what happened and push. And that's what Abby Tucker and Fun Anywhere are doing. They're pushing each other whilst catching up to Maestro. So Maestro has a lot of defending to do because he's got two of the scariest racers in his rear view mirror. And you see that yellow Supra coming for you, you will be trembling as they go into the final chicane. Fun Anywhere is trying to look for a little move, but he's not close enough. Abby Takur clean on the chicane into the start finish straight. They go a little bit of collision there. We saw Sanchit having a three-way battle at the back of the back. That's going to be Sanchit, Nick the Gamer, and Fierce B. All three of them very close to each other again. But the guys to watch out for are Abby Takur and Fun Anywhere as Abby starts making his move. Or Rouge, we saw him take Nick the Gamer last time around. Can he make a move onto Maestro? He's close enough. He stuck himself in the 16, the fastest section of the track. It is dangerous, but it is Abby Takur. And he is looking good exiting a Rouge. Maestro makes a bit of a mistake, and there we go. Flies in on the outside now. He is got the speed.
Yeah, coming up through Camel.
He doesn't have the inside line. Take it away, Sher.
Yeah, coming down through Camel though. He's got the far better exit there out of the turn. But Maester is still looking at that inside line. But Abby Tucker is already far too ahead, maneuvering through the chicane there. He retakes back 7th position. Up at the top of the leaderboard though, we're going to see things crunch up a lot at the end of this race, SK. Because Abhi2 Speed, who didn't manage to make it into the race, in fact, he didn't even end up completing the race. He ended up DNF out of the last one because of his internet problems. But he finds himself in 2nd position here. And considering Abby Takur, who did finish, if I'm not mistaken, 2nd the last time around, is now at P7. I think there's a lot of opportunity for Abhi2 Speed to catch up. But looks like he's made a mistake there again, Abhi2 Speed. And RKV has capitalized on that opportunity almost instantaneously, and he takes back 2nd position there. RKV making a statement here in the finals. He was blistering fast during qualifying. He was not having the best of weekends during the round robin, but boy oh boy, he stepped up massive here. Up in finals Saturday, and he finds himself in 2nd position. Abhi2 Speed though, lot to fight for still. Up into 3rd. Cesar is going to be looking to play catch up. He did finish 3rd the last time around, got overtaken in the last lap, so he's going to be looking for some payback here. He's going to be looking to make it into that podium finish up here in Spa, but he's got a lot of distance covered, 2.6 seconds to catch up to Abhi2 Speed, and that is going to be quite a challenge. But he does have a lot of laps remaining though. Is close to 5 laps give or take here up at Spa, so anything can change in the duration of those 5 laps if this initial 3 laps have been anything to go by, SK.
Oh yeah, for sure. Considering the fact that, Abhi2 Speed, he is fighting for position this time around, and like you rightly pointed out, RKV, he is looking very, very strong going into this final. But you know who else is looking strong? It is going to be Abby Takur. He's going to take another position, P6 now. But he's got 9 seconds between him and Shami. That is a tall ask considering there's only about 4 laps remaining in this 2nd race. Very, very exciting start. A lot of hectic stuff happened at La Source. But, RKB does go wide there. He's going to pick up a penalty, and lucky for him, it's not a huge penalty, but he also has about 7 seconds between him and Cesar, so he's not going to be too scared about that. There we go, Abhi2. Actually, no, I was mistaken. It's only 400ths of a second. My bad on that one. So Cesar now is capitalizing on the mistake that RKB's done, and look at him. He is drifted all around these corners. He's all looking mighty comfortable in his Supra. The teal color Supra there. RKB playing defense, trying to close the door, swerving around on track. But Cesar has the pace. Will Cesar make a move going into Blanchimont? Because I think that's the place where he is going to carry all the space and the speed as well. RKV is looking shaky. He is not able to defend. As we see Cesar continuously put that pressure down. One mistake And that's going to be the end of P3. RKB trying desperately to hold on to his podium position there, but Caesar looking really strong there as they go turn into Blanchimont. Does he have the speed? He does have the difference though. Just a hundredths of a second. He's practically hugging the bumper of RKB. He's going to tuck into the slipstream now, and the left, this is where we're going to watch. The line which RKB takes and the line which Caesar takes, this is going to make the difference. And will Caesar make the dive going into the chicane? They are so fast out of these corners. You can see both the Supra slide in. RKB goes wide, but Caesar also now having the pace there. So good defense from RKB, but can he hold this up for 4 more laps? That is the question to ask as they move into the start-finish straight. Caesar again closes the gap, has the momentum coming out of the corner, but RKB continuously defending his position. It's P3 here for RKB, putting himself in that podium position, but Caesar is not making it easy as they go into La Source. RKB still in P3, but 500ths of a second. Or Rouge, do or die. Caesar, is he going to carry that bit of space going in? Meanwhile, Abby Talker there, we can see him in the distance. He's closed the gap by about 2 seconds. He's only 6 seconds behind, I think it's Shami, who is in 5th place right now. Meanwhile, the rest of the pack, Fun Anywhere down in P8. D-Dodge is in P7, Maestro P9, Samchit P10. But yeah, the guy to watch out for, Abby Talker. Can he make the moves there? Can he catch up to Shami? Because he's a 1.5 seconds faster at this point of time. And let's keep an eye out ahead as well. RKB, if we can jump to RKB right now. Is he still defending off of Caesar? Because, just as you say that, RKB does make a bit of a mistake. So this is something that we have to watch out for. This is the only fight that's going on. Caesar on the inside, going to give a bit of space there. They do have a collision, but RKB holds down. Do you think RKB is going to be able to hold for another 3 lap shade?
Man, it's going to be touch and go because Spa does have a lot of corners, but almost all these corners are super tight. So there is barely any room outside of the racing line to try and make a move. So it's going to be very challenging for them to, for Caesar in fact, to find an opening, and most of it is going to be probably down to RKB having to make a mistake here. Caesar, hot on his heels, is continuing to keep the pressure on, and I think it might be a small bit of contact there, but how close is he? 1/10 of a second. He is all over the rear of RKB. I think coming down the straight the next time around, that is where he's going to try and use that slipstream to try and make a move going into La Source, but he needs to not only be able to get that overtaking move done, but to hang on to the lead as he makes his exit out of La Source. Let's see if that is going to be an opportunity that he does have, though. Not this time around. Plays the turn aggressively there. In fact, pushes as much as he can using all of the curb into the start-finish straight. Looks like he's not close enough though. 5/10, definitely not enough to try and go for that dive bomb in towards the source as RKB holds on for dear life. Let's see if he can continue to put in flawless laps 3 more times and hold on to that final podium position, SK.
Meanwhile, look at Shami though. He is caught up. Shami is just a second off of Caesar now. So this battle is going to open enough time, because you can see what's happening. Caesar and RKB are taking defensive lines, are taking offensive lines going into some of these corners, but they are losing a lot of pace as well, which Shami happily is capitalizing on. He's just a 1.5 seconds now. He's got 2 laps to work with, but you know, it is a possibility that Shami can play spoiler and steal the position away from one of these 2 racers here. But as of now, RKB is still defending P3. And Abby Talker, look at Abby. He's got up a lot of time. As they say that, he's going to pick up a penalty there because I think he came out of a Rouge. Oh, he does. Oh, he does pick up a 1 second penalty. Yup, he him out of Aruj very aggressively. But 4.6 seconds, he can see Shami in the distance as he exits the corner, but I don't think it's going to be enough. But yeah, let's look at Ancient Pleb. 5 seconds. Super ahead of the pack. Again, having a very quiet race up in front. But this time around, Abhi2 Speed is going to be happy that he is still in the race and he is able to secure the speed too. These two guys up in front have opened up a 8-second gap between them and P3. KV now, he's picked up a penalty. Oh my, Caesar has picked up a 1.4 second penalty shade. So that's going to give Shami a very visible opportunity now to actually make a move on to Caesar. Can Shami now get P4? Because what's happening here is in Sector 3, our KB is pulling away much faster. And look at this guy, Abhi Thakur as well. He's got the penalty on him, but he is flying now. 4.5 seconds. It is, it is possible if Shami makes a mistake. But considering the fact that Shami is also pushing for that P4 position, it's going to be difficult for Abhi Thakur. But he can see all 3 cars in front of him. That's going to give him that little bit of push that he needs going into the final 2 laps as they come around the chicane and into the start-finish straight. Caesar has to defend this position. Our KV has to defend P3 as well. Caesar now has made up the time, but he does have that 1.3 second penalty. If Shami can stay within that penalty and if he carries this towards the finish line, Shami can potentially steal P4 away. So this is gonna be very crucial for Caesar going into Aruj. He's close enough, he's tucked into the slipstream. Dangerous place for the overtake, but he is gonna go for it. You can see him wiggling there, and our KV defends one more time. Oh my god, the amount of pressure our KB must be feeling, considering the fact that it is a podium finish as well. You can see that they pick up 2 more penalties there because they are pushing each other and they are going off track. Shade, do you think Shami can capitalize on this? Because he is in a visual distance there and he's right at the bumper of Caesar.
Yeah, he can definitely make up that pace there, especially because Caesar now, he's constantly been trying to put the pressure on our KV, and we have seen a couple of mistakes from Caesar himself. And Shami, all he's got to do is put in flawless laps, ensure he is in the perfect position to capitalize if Caesar does make a mistake going into any one of these turns here, and maybe pushes the car a little too much in an attempt to make up that distance between him and our KV. But up in the front though, Abhi2 Speed, it was disappointing for him the last time around on Nürburgring, but looks like he's managed to make up for it here at Spa. He's up to 2nd place. Our KV is up at 3rd, but he's going to continue to be under pressure here for this 2 remaining laps through Spa. Shami is there, close 5th. Abhi Thakur up at 6th. I think he's had a fantastic recovery, but there is still a little bit of work to be done. 3.5 seconds. Abhi Thakur, I think spin goes way too wide there on that turn, completely missing the plot a bit, but Fun Anywhere is a good 5 seconds behind him, so not in the best of positions to immediately capitalize on that. Tiraj back up at 8th, not the best of races for him. Maester in 9th, Sanchit at 10th, Nick the Gamer up at 11th, Fierceby back at 12th, and Burst Mode rounding up the pack here. But Ancient Pleb 5.5 seconds ahead, is already on his final lap of the race. Another masterful performance from him, no mistakes whatsoever. And Abhi2 Speed is about 5 seconds behind him. He's got a good 11.5 seconds between him and our KV at the back, who continues to be under pressure from Caesar. The last time around, final lap, Caesar was on the wrong side of the battle and he ended up in 3rd place. Will it be 4th place battle lost yet again on the final lap, or will he be able to make up a place? Only time will tell. There's only a few more corners remaining as both these racers go toe to toe. Very close in, but yep, RKB.
Yep, it is. It is like a super close race. But Shami, like I said, like if we check out Caesar's perspective right now, I want to see what the distance between him and Shami is. So it is 1.6 seconds, and he is carrying a 1.2 second penalty. If he does cross the line with it, that's going to add a whole second. If Shami can make something happen here and close that gap to a second, I really have a strong feeling that he can get this position purely off that penalty, because his penalty is just about 0.1 of a second, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Ancient Pleb, I mean, cool, calm, collected. This guy up in front, just having a whole different race all by himself there. 2 races, 2 victories. I mean, he's on course for a second victory. And Abhi to speed, like you said, he must be feeling confident now that he did pick up that podium. But yeah, this is again RKB and Caesar. RKB had to spend a lot of energy in the last 4 laps trying to defend his position, and it is definitely going to take a toll on him, considering that he does have 2 more races to go. But Caesar, he's still pushing. He's still got that second penalty. He's got one last opportunity here into Blanchimont, into the final chicane. They go one last time as we see Ancient Pleb here in the start-finish straight. Victory number 2 of 2. He's gonna be happy about that one. Happy to speed, finishing off in P2 and P3. It looks as though it is gonna be RKB as he comes down defending his position for the 5th time this race. RKB in P3. It's gonna be Caesar in P4. This loses the penalty, slows down Caesar with the smart move, and look at Abhi Thakur there. He closed the gap to 2 seconds at the end of the race. That was a 9 seconds at the start of lap number 4. Brilliant drive from Abhi Thakur, who got punted off, who spun off in turn number 1. And then Dheeraj is going to finish off in P8. Maestro coming back here, start finish straight for him on the blue, on the 3rd blue Supra. That's going to be Maestro in P9. Sanchit P10. P11 is going to be Nick the Gamer. P12 Fierce B971 as he comes down at the chicane, and P12 for Fierce B. Very, very chill race for him. Not really on the pace that he would like to be, considering he was one of the contenders in the round robins. Stay at the top 3, top 4 every single race, and burst mode here in all spirit. The wild card entrant as he exits Blanchimont, or he enters Blanchimont here, flat out one last time. Considering the fact that he's had very little experience in the GT Cup, I am surprised that he is keeping up. He is trying to finish these races, and that's what racing is all about. As he comes down towards the chicane one last time as we say goodbye to Spa. P13 burst mode 896, tackling the chicane. There we go. Almost smooth there, goes a little wide, and he comes down to the start finish straight. Brilliant stuff here. P13, what an absolute stunner of a race. What a hectic corner 1 we had there. And it's going to be Ancient Pleb again. Back to back victories for this man. Celebrations are in store. Congratulations to Ancient Pleb. There we go, the blue Supra, the iconic blue Supra, that's gonna stay at the top of the leaderboard. He's opened up a huge gap between him and the 2nd place, and that's what we like to see. Ancient Pleb now, I mean, he's on course to potentially be the winner or the champion of the India Cup. Just 2 more races between him and that awesome prize pool and the coveted title of being India's #1 Supra GT Cup racer. I mean, man, that was exciting. At least the P3, P4, P5 battle on the last few laps, that was the most exciting stuff we've seen. The amount of penalties those guys picked up going through Eau Rouge every single lap, because they were just pushing so hard. Like, I mean, they were in their slipstreams, everyone. And the fact that RKB defended for 5 laps. That has to be mentally exhausting, considering a guy like Caesar is just there. He's going to pounce at you every single time. And our KV just, props to that guy, man. Good defense, well-deserved podium. And Caesar as well. Did you see the slowdown in the last? I wanted to keep my eye out, and that was a very smart thing what Caesar do. He knew he had a 0.8-second penalty. Shami was behind him. He slowed down completely just before the finished his penalty, and then finished the race, which meant Shami didn't have a good shot, but a brilliant drive from Shami as well. And Abby Tucker, very unfortunate incident going into turn number 1. I'm not sure if you noticed it, but he did spin out completely.
Yeah.
And that dropped him all the way to P13. And imagine P13 all the way to P6. That is just a drive, if I have to say so myself. So I feel like the MVP here is Abby Tucker. I mean, good stuff. Driver of the day for Spa. But yeah, there's a lot of battling now for P2, P3, considering Abby 2-speed is back in the game, and he did secure the second podium spot as well.
Yeah, he comes back in strong there. Abhi 2-speed, ancient pleb, I think it's safe to say now is peeling away in his road rather to becoming the champion for India. But that second, third and fourth places, I think, are fully up for grabs. They're a wonderful drive from our KV, allows him to hang on to that third position there. Caesar as well, wonderful drive from him, comes in P4, and things are only gonna get heated up as we're done with the second. We're at the halfway point of the finals. 2 more races coming your way. We're next gonna be heading into Monza track again, that is coming into this tournament for the very first time. I'm super excited, waiting for all the mysteries to unravel the next time around. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back shortly in about 15 minutes time. Don't go anywhere. Do stay tuned.
सबने कहा पढ़ाई शढ़ाई करके रिस्पेक्ट कमाओ, और मैंने रियलिटी शो में जाकर लड़ाई की, और लड़ाई ऐसी की कि इडियट बॉक्स से सीधा बॉक्स ऑफिस का हीरो। एक ऐसा हीरो जो बन सकता है कभी अंधा तो कभी गंजा, कभी लड़की तो कभी गे, या यूं कहें आई चोज माई वे। एक बात बोलूं, लाइफ इज ऑल अबाउट द चॉइस यू मेक। फिर देखना, जहां जाओगे, respect follows.
Introducing Toyota's youngest urban SUV, the Toyota Urban Cruiser.
Respect follows.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back. We are halfway through the finals of the Toyota GR Supra GT Cup Asia India. I'm Shetsaya. Joining me is SKplz. SK, what are your thoughts on the races that we've seen so far?
I mean, dude, brilliant stuff coming in from Ancient Pleb, both these races. So, I'm super excited, man, going into 3 and 4 because it is gonna be Monza, which is a very, very fast-paced track. Again, do not let the speed fool you because some of these corners are very, very technical. So, yeah, I want to see what these guys have in store for us. Ancient Pleb, can he make it a three-piece? Is the real question because he's got 2 qualifying P1s and 2 victories there. So. He is on course to be the champion. It just comes down to 2 more tracks. So this is the finishing from both of the races. Ancient Pleb, they're finishing both races at top. Abby Thakur was second in Nürburgring and Caesar was third. Meanwhile, Abby 2 Speed, who disconnected, does come back around this time and secures P2 in Spa, and our KV jumps a position from his previous finish to P3. So yeah, these are the guys to watch out for at this point of time. And Monza is just going to be so much more special in the standings. It is a 3-way tie for position 2, 3, and 4, whilst our leader, Ancient Pleb, 2 races, 2 wins at 24 points. Then we have Caesar in P2 at 13 points. Our KV and Abby Thakur 13 points piece as well. So these guys are tied for second place. And then we have Abhi 2 Speed with his second position now securing 9 points and putting himself in P5. He has to get 2 podiums if he wants to contest for that top 2 spots. And then in 6th, we have Fun Anywhere. 7th, Shami with 7 points. D-Dodge in 8th with 6 points. Fierce B in 9th with 3 points. Sanchit and Maestro with a point apiece for 10th place. And then we have 12th and 13th, Nick the Gamer and Burst Mode, who were yet to get off the board.
Indeed, man. Leaderboard looks very tight up top, and that is something we did predict coming in as well. We did see pretty much a replica of that during the round robin, where positions 2, 3, and 4 were all tied. However, there are no tiebreaker rules as such, but we're going to duke it out on the track itself if it does stay like this at the end of race number 4. But as of now, we're just waiting on the start of the races here up at Monza is where we're going to be heading for the first time. In fact, I believe we are already live in with the racers going on their route lap. So without any further ado, let's just jump straight into the action there. SK, take it away.
All right, now Monza outlap for every single one of these 13 racers. 2 crucial corners we have to keep, or at least 3 crucial corners we have to keep our eye on, which is gonna be corner number 1. That variant will kind of push you to the limit in terms of braking, and I feel like going into the start of the race as well, it is going to be a very chaotic corner. Then we have the Ascari chicane, a fast-paced chicane that can actually catch you off guard when you exit, and if you do hit any of those curbs there, you are going to slide. And finally we have Parabolica, the infamous corner. There is a lot of ways you can take Parabolica, but it all depends on the pace. So this is Ascari, and you can see it's a very tricky corner. You have to be at your max to able to secure good enough speed exiting this corner, because if you do have a lower exit speed, this straight here will be your worst enemy, because someone can tuck into your slipstream and then kind of chase you down. Parabolica as Abhi 2 Speed here goes a bit wide, but he does break enough. And now down to the start finish straight as he goes into turn number 1, the first of the variants there. Let's see how Abhi 2 Speed is gonna flying lap on board with Abhi 2 Speed now. Let's see how he tackles turn number 1 at the 104. I think he's gonna stop braking right about now, 150. Felt like it was a little too early, but he does make it look easy there going into variants number 1 as he goes into turn number 2, which is a long curve. which will then lead you down to the second variance. That it's a very simplistic track, Monza, very fast track as well. But we all know that in the world of motorsport, faster is also going to put a lot of pressure and mental pressure on yourself as he moves into second variant there. Beautiful on the braking, exits perfectly, uses all of the curve there as he moves into turn number 3, which is again a right hand curve. And if you do make a mistake here, you can see a whole lot of gravel there just waiting to chew you up. And another right hand there, T4. And now he is gonna go on to this long back straight before he enters Ascari. Let's see how he tackles Ascari. So this is gonna be the long straight before which we were talking about Ascari here. He does look good on the brakes. Dives in there. Perfectly executed this time around. So Abi2 Speed on course to set a scorcher of a lap there as he moves into curve, which we call the Parabolica, the final curve before he rejoins the start-finish straight. Looking very strong at the moment, 149, 150 as he enters the Parabolica. Oh, he is very good on the exit this time around. You can see him there hugging that outside white line, and that shows that he's carried maximum speed as he comes down the start-finish straight. The time to beat is 2 minutes 6. 2:78. Abi2 Speed has the fastest lap of the session, and it's up to the rest of the guys to hunt it down as Abi Thakur now starts his flying lap.
I'm interested to see where Ancient Pleb is. Oh, there he is. I think he's he's not yet completed his first lap in. So I guess he's looking for a bit of free track there, and he's gonna go very close, in fact, to the wall, and he's gonna come in P5. Yeah, but I'm guessing that is not his flying lap just yet. Maybe it was a case of him readjusting based on the traffic ahead of him. But we did stay about Abi2 Speed. I think he's done a fantastic job of dealing with a couple of those corners. The corners in Monza are very tricky in the fact that you have to pretty much use almost all of the curb every single time to ensure that you get the best exit out. You manage to keep your speed intact, and that does become very tricky because if you do end up overshooting a little, it is pretty much gravel on the other side. You touch it for a second, not only are you going to lose time, chances are you're going to lose control of your car as well. But it's refreshing to see the fact that Fun Anywhere is back in the reckoning here. He's up into P2 provisional so far, up in the qualifying. It's still very early stages, but looks like he is significantly faster here up on Monza as compared to the previous qualifying sessions on Nürburgring as well as Spa SK.
But he's still about 800-second off of Abi2 Speed's time. So let's see if Fun Anywhere can, put himself in contention again, because he's had a rather slow first 2 races. But like you say, he does look very strong on Monza this time around. Shami as well in P3, Abi Thakur in P4, Ancient Pleb. Like I said, not the fastest lap, but he is in P5 at the moment. Caesar puts himself in P2 ahead of Fun Anywhere this time around as Shami comes down the start-finish straight. Does he have it in him? Nope, it's a 2-7, which means Shami is going to stay in P4 right behind Fun Anywhere. And Abi Thakur struggling on his second flying lap, not able to get the time that he wanted, which is going to put him in P6. And then we have Dheeraj and RKB yet to set their times. You can see RKB there in the distance ahead of Abi Thakur as well. So both these guys on their flying laps. And Abi2 Speed still in P1, 2 minutes 6, 2:78 as we're on board Abi Thakur as he comes down to the second variant set of number 4 and 5, exits it perfectly, uses all the better curve there as he goes into turn number 6. 2 fast right hand corners here, but do not be surprise, because one little mistake here and you're going to hit all that gravel, and that's just going to lose you your lap. There you go, second of the right-hand corners, turn number 7, as they open up the throttle down this long straight before they hit Ascari. Abby Thakur is carrying a lot of speed this time around, but let's see if he can best his time, because the time to beat is 2 minutes 6.278 by Abby 2 speed as he comes down to the Ascari, breaks on time. He has bested his previous lap, but just about 0.051. So it's not going to be enough to put him ahead of Shami. But yeah, he's got a very good exit out of Ascari, and now he's going to start throttling it down all the way towards Parabolica. And this is the corner again that's going to help you gain a lot of time. And if you do miss, you're going to go wide and lose a lot of time. But Abby Thakur there doesn't really hug the inside that much, but he does have a very good amount of speed exiting there. But is it enough? We see all of them close on that white line there. 2:05, and he is good. That is going to put him in P2. Abby Thakur improves on his previous time, puts himself in the front row of Monza alongside Abby 2 speed.
Yep, that was a sensational lap there coming in from Abby Thakur. Was getting a little concerning, especially the fact that it is tied 3 ways up into second position there. You want to have the best of grid positions that you can here with only 2 more races remaining. But look at this, Abby 2 speed goes even faster than Abby Thakur there, and he takes back second position. So there's a lot of shifts happening there up at the top, but Ancient Pleb, it's not the kind of lead that we're used to him having over the rest of the pack. It's only 1.5 tenths of a second, but he is still pretty much up in the front. The chase is on Abby 2 speed, Abby Thakur, Cesar, who's in 4th place as well. Another player who is tied in for that second position right now up on the points table. RKV close behind him on the points table as well as on the track here up in qualifying. Fun Anywhere up in 6th position, about 4 tenths of a second behind RKV. Shami drops down to 7th position. He was holding provisional P3 for a wee bit of time at I think about 3-4 minutes into the qualifying session, but things have drastically changed now as he finds himself in the middle of the pack. Dheeraj is at 8, Fears B up at 9, Nick the Gamer up in 10, Sanchit Pal is going to be up at 11th place. Maester as well as Burst Mode complete up the back of the pack as Abby 2 speed looks like has head into the pits, and Abby Thakur is gonna soon follow suit there as both of them dive into the pits for a fresh set of tires.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Ancient Pleb there, like you said, not the most commanding of leads this time around, just a hundredths of a second faster than Abby 2 speed, but he does secure P1 for the 3rd time this weekend. Race number 3, and then that's gonna be another P1 for Ancient Pleb. Abby 2 speed very close in second, hundredths of a second. He can catch that up easily, but he does need to have the perfect Cinderella lap there if he wants to get back P1. And I want to see him take a shot at Ancient, because it seems that though Ancient is not really fast around Monza. Abby Thakur in P3, Cesar in P4. Again, the gap between these two gentlemen is just a hundredths of a second again. RKV in P5, Fun Anywhere in P6, P7 Shami, and P8 Dheeraj. And we're on board right now with Cesar, who's hunting down Abby Thakur's time. He is faster by a hundredths of a second on his best lap, which means he has the potential right now to close up on Abby Thakur's time. If he does have a perfect lap, this is gonna be a P3 possibility for Cesar. Let's see if he can make that happen, because last time around we did see Cesar all the way down to the finish line hunting down RKV for that P3. This man wants a podium, and he will get a podium if he does continue to push on Monza as he comes down the long straight before he enters Ascari. It's going to come down to Ascari and Parabolica. These are the two corners that he's going to make or break your lap time. Beautiful on the braking here onto Ascari. Still a hundredths of a second faster, but that margin is closing down as he enters the final section here. Long straight again before Parabolica. If he does make no mistakes in Parabolica and he does have that 100 seconds, I think he can.
He does not go
beat...
actually fast enough.
it's not fast enough.
He bests his previous time, but it's only by about I believe 800. Oh, whoa! It's going straight through. Yeah, it did not break in there. He goes.
Just give me 1 second. I'm gonna be back.
All right, we're gonna stay with Abby Tucker and Abi2 Speed here. Abi2 Speed, still the distance between him as well as Ancient Pleb. It's gonna be about 1/10 of a second. Not too much of a difference there at the top, but I mean, SK did say earlier that he is slower around Monza, and there may be an opportunity for the rest of the races. That being said, though, he's still sitting at P1, but the distance is far lesser to the rest of the pack here. Cesar, however, sitting in P4, still about 7/10 of a second behind the leader, and 3/10 of a second behind Abby Tucker. So that's quite a bit of distance that he has to make up here before the end of this qualifying session. I do believe we still have about 6 minutes left in this session, so some of these racers who are on their outlap, like Fun Anywhere, maybe has about a couple of laps left in them before we do start the race. The rest of them, they may be able to squeeze in one additional lap as well, but as of now, Abi2 Speed, Abby Tucker pretty much on the chase here to Ancient Pleb, who continues to lead. He hasn't been able to improve on his time so far, but we did see him dive into the pits not too far ago, and he's already 1/10 over his PB here, making his way through the Ascari chicane. Cool as a cucumber. That's as clean as it gets. On the throttle, down max speed towards Parabolica. Seems like he's in a very good position to further his lead, which did get cut down by 0.003 of a second by Abi2 Speed the last time around. But I think if he does manage to navigate this nice and clean, we're going to see that lead go up even further, using all of the straight, just step out past the pit lane entry, and that is a scorcher of a lap coming in from Ancient Pleb. 0.5 of a second faster than Abi2 Speed. He improved by close to 0.4 of a second on that lap alone, and that is quite a bit of time to shave off for Abi2 Speed and Abby Tucker to catch up. I think Ancient Pleb is well and truly on his way to a third consecutive pole here in the finals, SK.
Oh yeah, that was just a brilliant lap coming in from Ancient Pleb. Now we see him, like, you know, getting comfortable with the track. He got that fresh set of tires as well, and we see him there 2:05, 3:61, the fastest lap right now, which means that Abi2 Speed has the more hundreds of a second to chase down upon. But as it stands, it's going to be Ancient Pleb and Abi2 Speed in the front row, Abby Tucker in P3. But the rest of the pack, again, you know, it's surprising to see Shami, Maestro, Fiersby, all these guys out at the back. You know, you'd expect them to be somewhere in the P4, P5, P6. But this time around, it looks as though, you know, our KV, Fun Anywhere, and Caesar are the ones really capitalizing on all the mistakes that the rest of the guys are doing. That being said, Caesar still chasing Abby Tucker's time. He's 0.03 of a second slow. Our KV in P5, so Monza, not really his best track, and we can see that as he's struggling at the entry of Ascari, their exit as well, losing a lot of speed. So our KV, not very accustomed to Monza, but Fun Anywhere too. You know, he's in P6. He did have a good qualifying start, but does get pushed down all the way to P6. And whoa, our KV there slows down, almost collides with Shami, who's on a flying lap as well. Slides across, and what is going on there for a second? You did see someone going the opposite direction. I'm not mistaken. I don't know if that's a.
Yeah, I believe that was Nick the Gamer, but yeah, if he's going opposite, he's gonna end up getting ghosted. So no harm, no foul to the racers who are on their hot laps. But yep, coming in towards the start here, it does look like we might finally see that tie getting broken up at the top of the leaderboard here. Abi2Speed making a strong case for himself. He's up again in the front of pretty much in the front row of the grid here to start off on Monza if things stay as they are. Abby Tucker though, one final go at trying to wrestle that P2 away. I don't think P3 is going to be something that is going to be available to him here at this point of time. He's a good 7/10 of a second behind Ancient Pleb, but Abi2Speed 2/10 up can definitely make up that time. He's got a lot of free room on the track as well. The breakdown in towards Ascari here. Gonna use all of the curb. The right set of tires just about kissing the track, ensuring that he does not corner cut there. Maximum speed down as he is gonna have to brake hard for the Parabolica here. How close is he though? I don't believe he's going to be close enough to overtake Abi2Speed, who has slowed down outside, allowing Abby Tucker to go through. In fact, Cesar.
Oh, Cesar jumps into P3, so that is Abby Tucker now gonna be a wee bit disappointed as he drops to P4, and Cesar is gonna capitalize on potentially is the last few seconds of this qualifying session as well. So it's Ancient Pleb and Abi2Speed in the front row. Cesar and Abi Tucker in the second row, and third row is going to be our KV and Fun Anywhere. Fourth row, Shami and Fierce B. So you know what? We should keep an eye out on Shami and Fierce B, considering the fact that they're in the fourth row, and we've seen Shami have some explosive starts. So big ups on Cesar. Putting together that crazy lap at the end. But this is going to be race number 3, Shade Monza. Take it away.
Well, the start on Monza is going to be very tricky, especially going into Prima Variante. The first corner, you got to brake all the way down to first gear. And considering we have 13 racers on the track, it's going to be nail biter of a start as the lights go out for the start of race number 3 here out to Monza. Ancient Flag gets off to a good start. Close next to him is going to be Abi2Speed. He's not actually going to change up on the racing line. He pulls up right up next to him. Can he get the turn into turn number 1? Ancient Flag on the outside. Abi2Speed is going to try and make that dive on the inside. Beautiful break. Cesar gets hit in the back, but he's going to hold on. Meister goes wide, and he's going to be punished hard. He's going to drop back to the back of the pack. But Cesar, Abby Tucker is also already on the heels of Cesar here, going into next turn. But I think there's a decent bit of distance up towards Cesar. These are fast curving turns, and you don't really have the best of opportunities to try and get an overtaking move done. But up at the front, Ancient Pleb has peeled away. Did look like Abi2Speed might have gotten a look down the inside, but a small mistake there allows Cesar right back up, and maybe a chance to put the pressure back on Abi2Speed. But he's got to be careful because Abby Tucker is also in touching distance right up behind him, SK.
What a clean start. I think this is one of the cleanest starts we've got this weekend. Race number 3, Monza. Ancient Pleb there almost got off to a slow start, but Abi2Speed not able to capitalize going into the first variants as we see them now coming down towards Ascari. This is where a mistake can cost you. Let's see the rest of the pack. Our KV sliding into Ascari there. He's in P5 at the moment. P6 Fierce B. So it seems as though Nick the Gamer, Maestro, all these guys had that huge collision early on. Maestro dropping all the way to P11, and Shami as well seems to be a victim there. He's going to drop to 10. Meanwhile, Sunshine here trying to battle it out against Burst for P12. Burst there has picked up a second penalty, exiting Ascari. But this is the battle here. Caesar makes the move onto RB2 speed. It seems as though RB2 speed does go wide on the Parabolica. Look at this, neck and neck on the start finish straight they go. The first variant is a right-hander. Can Caesar, who's got the inside line, maintain this position as they go into the braking zone? Late on the brakes they go, but Caesar's got the inside line at RB2 speed. Aggressive stuff coming in, maintains the defensive line and cuts Caesar off. But if you keep an eye out in the back there, Abby Tucker and RKB also going neck to neck as they go into turn number 3, the long right hand curve, as Abby Tucker is going to lose a bit of speed, but RKB has to make the move here on the braking. Does he have it in him, or is Abby Tucker going to shut the door? Oh, he goes late. There's going to be a little bit of collision. Abby going to defend the position, push RKB, who almost slips into the gravel there. So lucky for RKB that he's still on the track there. Abby Tucker maintains P4. Exciting stuff coming in from the P2 to P5 here. Oh, RKB goes wide onto the gravel. That means he's going to lose some time. Fierce P now is on the prowl because he's just got a couple hundredths of a second, if I'm not mistaken, onto RKB. Abby Tucker now has opened up the gap almost to a second, 800ths of a second now, but Fierce B has just 500ths of a second as they enter Ascari. So this is gonna be a hectic battle from P5 all the way to P9. They're all a second apart and anything can go wrong, and they will capitalize. But it seems as though Ancient Pleb again all the way in front, 3 seconds just in 2 laps. It is gonna be goodbye Ancient Pleb till the end of the race. I think this man is pretty much good to go, as Abby2 Speed here is gonna try and hunt. He's 3 seconds behind the pace of Ancient Pleb, but he's got Caesar just behind him, and Caesar as well has opened up a 2-second gap to Abby Tucker. So the first 3 guys again, they have secured themselves a bit of a gap, and it's gonna be up to the rest of them to push, as we see Abby Tucker here going down to the first variant. Good on the braking this time around. Abby2 Speed losing a lot of time there in the first bend. We can see Caesar closing in, and RKB as well. So everyone from Abby Tucker all the way to Dheeraj, these guys can battle it out for positions all the way up to P4. But on board with Abby2 Speed as he defends his position. He's opened up a second gap now between him and Caesar, but can he keep it up is the real question, because Caesar has been pushing. He wants his podium this time around, and he wants to kind of open up the gap in the leaderboard as well, because they are all in a 3-way tie at the moment. But up in front, oh, this move there, a little bit of aggression coming in from RKB. He is going to make the move on to Abby Tucker. So Abby drops to P5 as he goes wide into the gravel there. 1.4 second penalty onto RKB. So he's going to be getting that slow down as Abby Tucker now has to push for recovering his P4.
Yeah, he's pushing hard there at the back. Is Abby Tucker. He knows he's got the faster line here. He uses all of the slipstream. Gonna pull up right next to RKV, but he just couldn't get close enough to make that move. RKV gets the better exit, but Abby Tucker will continue to get that slipstream down. But coming in towards the Parabolica, I don't think he's close enough to try and make this move. He's about 1/10 of a second holding the racing line. Will he try and make a move on the outside? He thought about it there for a second, but yeah, doesn't make that move there just yet, and RKV holds on, but he does have a fair bit of penalty already on him. There's another chase happening up at the front. That is between Abby2 Speed and Caesar. These guys have been duking it out since corner number 1, and it continues to stay very close. Abby2 Speed though able to keep the lead up to about 0.5 of a second, meaning that Caesar can't really make that. Oh, there is some contact there from Cesar going into that corner, but Abi2Speed will be able to hold on to that lead. Cesar though immediately pulls up right behind him. He wants to try and make this move right here, right now, but I don't think he's got an opportunity in just yet. Going in through these tight corners, these tight chicanes, there's barely any move outside the racing line to try and pull something off. He's gonna have a look down the outside, but he's gonna tuck back in behind RP2Speed, who goes a little too wide. And Cesar is gonna end up losing it there. Oh no, that's a massive mistake. He's gonna have to come back into the track, but he's so far behind. He's gonna drop all the way back to 7th position. Has he dropped his biggest opportunity there? Has Cesar goes for the spin? That was all he's doing. Abi2Speed was far ahead. There was no contact there. But that is what we've been discussing, SK. There is barely any room for error in some of these tracks here, especially on Monza and Spa. You're using all of the curb. You're so close to the gravel there. One tiny mistake and it is curtains for the rest of the race. And unfortunately, that is gonna be the case here for Cesar as he drops down to P7.
Yeah, that was not Abi2Speed's mistake at all, but Cesar was carrying a lot of speed exiting the second variant there, and he loses the back end, spins out, and that is just unfortunate. He drops all the way from P3. He was in a podium contention. He was in the podium spot, and he drops now all the way from P3 to P7, which puts a big smile on our KV's face because he is secured P3 now. And he's also opened up about 2 seconds on Abby Talker. So our KV is having a dream run, going all the way from the 4th row of the grid, now in a podium position. And it's going to be Abby Talker in P4, Fun Anywhere in P5, whilst Dira chases Fun Anywhere down the back straight there, a second between the two. And these guys, this race is just turned completely upside down for the middle of the pack there. Cesar must be kicking himself, but he does have 4 laps of time to recover. And we see Diras there sliding off of the first variant. So these guys are losing a lot of traction in their tires as they exit the variants. And Cesar already hunting back his positions there. He's going to try and go for P6. Deja vu. Will it be deja vu for him this time around? I don't think so. He's on the inside, late on the brakes. He's going to make the move on to Dheeraj. And let's hope that he does hold. Yup, no loss of grip there. And he is going to take P6 from Dheeraj. And now he's going to work towards building that P5 as well. A second and a half now. 4 laps remaining. Cesar is just very unfortunate what happened to him, but he is on that road to recovery. Meanwhile, 2.2 second penalty picked up. And up in front, man, Ancient Pleb 7 seconds ahead of the pack. This guy is definitely on another planet at the moment. He's not even on this track. He's just out there. He's already... Oh, as we look in the back there, Abi2Speed goes wide exiting Ascari. That could have been a blunder as well. So all these racers, you're still pushing, even though there's about 4 laps remaining. Everyone is pushing to the maximum. But the big winners are KB, Abby, Taco, Fun Anywhere, and P3, P4, P5 as Cesar drops all the way to P6. Then we have the rest of the pack. P7 is going to be Dheeraj. P8. We have Nick the Gamer, and then down in P9 we got Fierce B, P10 Sanchit, P11 Maestro, P12 Shami, and P13 we got Burst Mode. So yeah, this has been a very eventful race, if I say so. And there's just been a lot of positions picked up and dropped off, and a lot of incidents as well. You can see some of these cars completely, missing a lot of paint there. It's all the action that came in the first few corners of the race. And Cesar is... I think he's going to look to capitalize as Fun Anywhere goes wide on turn number 2 there. So I'm guessing Cesar has a very good opportunity now to move another place up, as he's just a hundredths of a second on Fun Anywhere. There we go. He's trying to make the movie, punts him. But
that was close.
And yeah, that was a little nasty bump coming in from the back there. But I think Fun Anywhere does recover from it. So it's going to be Fun Anywhere still in P5, defending from Caesar in P6. But Fun Anywhere feeling the pressure there as he goes off again into the gravel, rejoins the track. But I think Caesar is gonna be able to capitalize. It's back and forth for these two people there, P5, P6, and Caesar finally makes the move and takes over what's happening there. So now we're on board RB2's speed, who's about 7 seconds off. He's not gonna be able to catch up to Ancient with just about 2 laps remaining, but he is gonna try. Meanwhile, 1.8 second penalty on RKV, who's ahead of Abby Takur, and then Abby Takur ahead of Caesar. So Caesar's back in P5. Still no podium. He's nowhere close to the podium, but he does get his P5 position back. Abby Takur here, 2.5 seconds behind RKV, but let's remind you guys that RKV does have a 1.7 second penalty to serve, which means Abby does have a solid chance now. If he's able to push in these last 2 laps as they enter lap number 7, he can make something happen. Abby Takur, we know this man can push. We know he's fast, but is he fast enough to catch up to RKV and capitalize on that 1.7 second penalty that RKV has to serve?
Yeah, it's gonna be very touch and go. Abby Takur at this point of time just wants to go ahead and get clean, fast laps in. I think if he does manage to bring that gap down under 2 seconds, it's going to be very close there. He might just be able to make up that time that RKV will serve as a penalty at the end of this race. But Ancient Pleb again at the top, 8.3 seconds ahead, on his way to taking 3 race wins out of 3 here in the finals. But the fight for 2nd, 3rd and 4th continue on, and I think RB2 speed at the end of this race will be in touching distance of that tie. He was about 3 points behind the rest of the pack. Is sitting at 9 points, while Abby Takur, RKV and Caesar were all at 13 points. So he does have an opportunity to catch back up into those points there and maybe even take that 2nd spot if he can continue to replicate the performance that he has here as well as previously on Spa. On to Interlagos coming up next as well, SK, but looks like Caesar is already hot on the heels of RKV here. He's got 1.5 laps to do. RKV did a fantastic job wrestling with Caesar throughout the entirety of Spa, and looks like he's gonna have to do it again here on Monza.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a whole lot of defending now coming into the last laps. It's just RKV. It is just, I don't know, more into the last 2 laps. I think the last 2 races now are RKV kind of losing pace and then having to defend. But we know for a fact that he can defend these positions as he gets chased down by Caesar. He's done it in the last race. Can he do it again is the real question as they come down one final time into the first variant there. Caesar looking for that little dive, but he's too far to close the distance as RKV continues the defense. Abby Takur moves up to P3. So he's gonna be happy about that position. Meanwhile, RKV now into turn number 3, the long right-hand curve. This is where we saw Caesar try and make an aggressive move and make that huge mistake that cost him his podium position as well, but will hit slow him down. He's got a 2nd penalty that he got from the first variant. He's gonna brake as late as possible, and he's gonna punt RKV off. That is just unfortunate, but he does recover. RKV is not going to get a penalty because he did get punted off there, and yeah, he's going to continue to maintain as he slips a little there, loses a bit of traction. RKV still doing good on the defense as they move into a 2 right corners and down the long straight that leads towards Ascari. Caesar, just 3 more corners remaining before he can actually make a move. Ascari is not gonna be that opportunity, but if he's able to carry enough speed on the exit, I think he will be good to go as he slides into Ascari. He does lose a bit of traction there, but as he exits, he's gonna tuck into the slipstream this time around. Is it possible as RKV picks up a 0.5 second penalty. Meanwhile, exiting the Parabolica for the third time in P1, Ancient Pleb Abi2 speed with a second back-to-back P2 behind Ancient Pleb, and Abby Talker is gonna be finishing in P3. But this is the fight that we're watching. Caesar makes the move on to RKB to secure P4. They do have the penalties to serve, and I think that's gonna be enough.
Oh no! Abby Tucker actually takes that position. He was so close to a point where when they did serve that 0.1 second, he managed to make up that spot. And he will take third position. That was very close there to the finish line, SK, but Abby Tucker barely holds on. In fact, it was RKV, right? Yeah,
It was RKV, yeah. For a second, I was
no,
gonna correct
no,
you.
actually, Cesar did get fourth.
Yeah, Cesar did get the position of the Parabolica. I think RKV made a mistake there, but both of them had the penalty to serve. So as Cesar slowed down, RKB took the position, but then he also had a 0.3 second penalty as they went over the finish line. So a bit of confusion there, but it is going to be Cesar in P4. But up at top, that Ancient Pleb P1, Abi2 speed P2, Abby Talker P3. Oh my god, this is going to throw, just put a lot of close points. I guess the point difference is going to be very different going into the final race. Just one more race remaining, but I think it is safe to say this man right here on the screen, Ancient Pleb, is just dominated 3 races back to back, and he looks in the absolute best position to be the India champion. I think it's safe to say that, even if he has like a decent, not a horrible race, but you have a decent race 4, he's still gonna be at the top of the standing. That's just 26 points in 3 races, 3 wins. Like, what better position to be in than in the position Ancient Pleb is in? It's 3 races, 3 wins, 26 points. He's good to go. And he's gonna get a big cash prize as well as the slot for the grand final. So
as far as my math serves right, I believe he's in a position where even if he comes last, he's still gonna stay in first. So he's got him. You can only make up 12 points if you do win the race. So I believe he's gonna have a lead bigger than that at the end of this. That is domination at the top.
Yeah, will he have a chill race is the real question. I don't believe so. But yeah, I mean, what a race from Ancient Pleb. 3 out of 3, but the rest of the pack, oh my lord, Abby Talker, RKV, Caesar, we said we're going to keep an eye out on these 3 people, and they just brought us some brilliant racing all the way to the finish line. But yeah, this is going to, change the scoreboard up in front. Because Abi2 Speed has got 2 back-to-back second place, but let's remind everyone watching that he did disconnect from the first race. So it's up to him now to really push in the final race and see if he can make something of it. But Interlagos, race number 4, we've seen some crazy stuff go on in this race. So I'm just very excited that it's the last race for the grand finals.
I mean, we saw a lot of drama unfold over the last weekend when we did have Interlagos played out multiple times during the round robin, and I think it is the perfect setting to see who are your top 3 from India for the Toyota GR Supra GT Cup Asia India. Ancient Pleb leads, but who is going to take the 2nd, 3rd and 4th positions? It is, as my guess is as good as any of you guys who are tuning into the stream. It's been an amazing race yet again. Cesar at the end there managed to make that move in the absolute final opportunity down at Parabolica. Both of them were carrying penalties, so I thought there might have been an opportunity for RKV to maybe make that up towards that start-finish straight, but Cesar holds on to his 3rd position. But Abi2 Speed, what a way to make a comeback, especially after unfortunate disconnect from him mid-race up on Nürburgring. He's got 2 P2 finishes and he's gonna be in contention for that 2nd spot on the leaderboard come Interlagos. The last race of the India finals will be coming up shortly. I'm Shade Sayer. That is SKplz. Let's take a quick break. And while we are back, we are on the road to crowning the India champion. So don't go anywhere.
सबने कहा पढ़ाई शढ़ाई करके रिस्पेक्ट कमाओ, और मैंने रियलिटी शो में जाकर लड़ाई की, और लड़ाई ऐसी की कि इडियट बॉक्स से सीधा बॉक्स ऑफिस का हीरो। एक ऐसा हीरो जो बन सकता है कभी अंधा तो कभी गंजा, कभी लड़की तो कभी गे, या यूं कहें आई चोज माई वे। एक बात बोलूं, लाइफ इज ऑल अबाउट द चॉइस यू मेक। फिर देखना, जहां जाओगे, respect follows.
Introducing Toyota's youngest urban SUV, the Toyota Urban Cruiser.
Respect follows.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back to the decider race in the finals of the Toyota GR Supra GT Cup Asia India. I'm Shade. Joining me is SKplz. 3 races we've witnessed so far on the Nürburgring, Spa, and Monza, and it is time now for Interlagos, the decider. It all boils down to this, SK.
Oh yeah, final race, one last time for all these racers to gun for that top 3 position, because that's where the prize pool's at. That's where the chance to play the chance to represent India in the Asia Cup is at. So it's gonna be all the way down, but I feel like it's safe to say that Ancient Pleb has secured himself the number 1 position there. 3 races back to back P1 finishes. But the rest of it's actually a bit changed now. Race 2 and 3, Abi2 Speed has picked up P2. KV was P3 in race 2. In race 3 as well, he was P3, and then he lost out 2 positions to Abhi Thakur and Caesar at the end there. And Caesar as well, consistent positions coming in from him. 2 races in 4th. But let's look at the points, because I think that's the main highlight here. 36 points, Ancient Pleb in the lead. Abhi Thakur with 20. Caesar in 3rd place with 19. Our KV and Abi2 Speed right now tied for 3rd place in with 18 points. Then we have Fun in here with 12. Dheeraj with 9. Shami with 7. Fierce P with 4. Nick the Gamer with 2 points. Sanchit with 1 point, and Maestro with 1 point. So this is going to be all the way down to the end between Abhi Thakur, Caesar, RKV, and Abi2 Speed, as well as Fun Anywhere. If he has a really good finish, if he has a P1, he can potentially be in the top 3 as well. So it can go either ways, and what better track to experience this than on Interlagos? I mean, we've seen some really exciting races in Interlagos, at least in the round robin. So I'm hoping they can replicate that. And Ancient, for a fact, is a second faster than everyone else on this track as well. So he's going to be on course for possibly a 4th first place if he's able to get out of that qualifying.
Indeed, man. Right now, he's at the top of the leaderboard, and it is a 16-point lead. First place walks away with 12 points. So even if he does not manage to even...
That is...
yeah, that is how dominating of a race this has been. And to be at a position where the final race doesn't even matter to decide the champion is, I think, an amazing place to be. But that being said, though, the fight is still very much on for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th positions, because it is anybody's...
Technically 2nd and 3rd, because that's the ones that really count. But yeah, 2nd and 3rd for the prize pool and the slot, like we said, to represent India in the GR Supra GT Cup Asia Asia finals. Basically, this is the India finals that you're watching. Race number 4. It's been a long weekend. Let's see if these guys have enough mental and physical strength in them to finish these races on top. But, we know for a fact that our champion is already Ancient Pleb. What a dominating performance this guy's brought. And just such clean racings. He's a class apart from everyone else in this tournament. I think he showed it from the get-go. And he is just one race away to cement himself as probably the most... the best Supra Cup driver in India.
I mean, the objective of the Supra Cup is to find the best Supra racer out there in Asia, and in the India leg, I think there is no doubts whatsoever in the minds of any of us who are watching this. I think Ancient Pleb has been by far the fastest racer, but this entire race, the focus is gonna be on who's gonna lock that 2nd and 3rd positions in, because besides just the prize money, which is 1 lakh to 1st place, 75,000 to 2nd, and 50,000 to 3rd, is also Asia finals. So everything is on the line here as we head into Interlagos. Any predictions, SK?
Ancient Pleb, Abi2 Speed. Abby Tucker, RKB Caesar. Top 5.
All right, let's dive straight into the action without any further ado. The final race of the finals, and we are on board the man himself, Abby Tucker. His, if I'm not mistaken, currently in second position with 20 points. Let's see if that is going to be enough to see him over the finish line. We're going to stick with him for the hot lap through Interlagos here, coming down the start finish straight, maximum speed. Gonna have to brake hard here for the Senna S. Very tricky turn, different angles both sides. In fact, ends up getting one tire there onto the grass as well, but beautifully navigates the second turn, able to use all of the curb. Beautiful maneuver through the sun turn, now down the opposite straight, the part of the circuit where you do hit maximum speed before you have to brake hard again for the lake descent. An amazing view on the right hand side there. Two turns where you start to, first you brake hard, then you start to build up speed, only to navigate what I believe is the trickiest part of the circuit in the horseshoe here. Skids his car all the way across, using the curb on the exit there, down towards Little Orange, all the way down towards second gear as he tries to build up some more speed here through Small Pine Tree. A tough series of left and right hand turns to navigate through the Tuckbill here as well. From this point on, you start to build up speed here as you make your way through dive down towards junction, where you're gonna have to brake hard yet again. A pretty slow part of the circuit, but it is all go here as you make your way through Cafe down towards the pit entrance, bleachers, start finish straight. Let's look at the time that Abby Tucker can put in. We've seen 146, 147, and I think it's going to be a 148.686 to start things off with here for Abby Tucker, who takes provisional P1, but Abby to speed right up behind him, takes P1 only for Ancient Pleb to say thank you very much. 4 out of 4, the dream is real, SK.
Indeed, the dream is real. That Ancient Pleb with that 147.988, but we know he can go faster. He's done a 146 in the round robin, so it's up to the rest of the guys. That RB2 speed again, P2, 200ths of a second. Can RB2 speed string together enough points to put him in the top 3, because he is tied for 3rd place now, and he has to fight it out of this if he wants to make it. Considering the fact that he did disconnect out of the first lobby due to technical issues, it is going to be up to him. There's a lot of pressure riding on RB2 speed, Abby Tucker, KB, and Caesar to prove themselves and secure this top 3 spot. As of now, Ancient Pleb again, P1, RB2 speed P2, Abby Tucker P3, Shami P4, KB P5, D-Raj P6, Maestro and P7, Fierce P and P8. Fun Anywhere P9, Sunchit. This is one guy that has not had a great weekend at all. He was literally top contender in the round robin against pretty much similar drivers. He was in the same lobby as Ancient Pleb, RB2 speed, Abby Tucker, but unfortunately this time around he's just not at the pace, and he's just not able to really put himself in that top 5 scenario. And then we rounded off with P11 Nick, P12 Caesar, who's on his flying lap now, and then we have burst mode all the way in P13. But this time around, it's not fast enough, 149. So Caesar again not on the pace. But the one guy who's on the pace this time around is Shami, who's in P4. Shami, who qualified P10 last time around, this time looking very, very strong. Let's see if he can maintain this throughout this 25-minute qualifying that we have here. Interlagos one last time to crown not only our champion but our top 3 of the GR Supra GT Cup Asia India qualifiers. This is the finale and this is the final race. Nothing is absolutely been no one that could take Ancient Pleb this weekend, and looks as though this time around as well he is gonna be securing P1. But I have a feeling, Abitu Speed does need this win this time around. He needs the win more than a P2, and if he's able to take down Ancient Pleb like he's done previously in the round robin, that will, put him in a very good spot to take in the P2 in the finale or in the overall standings. But Abhi Thakur right now in P3, this man as well, he's P2 right now, 20 points, just 2 points ahead of Abhi2 Speed. So if Abhi Thakur or Abhi2 Speed can secure a win in this track, it is going to change up that scoreboard, and it's going to give them that bit of points that will see them through towards becoming the top 3. But yeah, Ancient still not able to best his time, so 147.713 as he comes flying down. Oh, sorry, Ancient was in the pit lane. It was Abhi2 Speed there as he comes flying down in the blue Supras. But yeah, throughout the weekend now, we've seen the two blue Supras dominate P1 and P2. And then Shami as well on that blue Supra. He's now put himself in P3. So Shami is ready to play on the last race of Interlagos. Shay, what do you think about RKV and Caesar? Right now they're in 6th and 7th. RKV is gone to get a fresh set of tires, but with just over 10 minutes left, will they be able to put in a good time? Because it looks as though this time Shami is the one who's really shining through.
It's looking very tricky here this time around on Interlagos, especially for the racers who are competing for that top 3 spots in RKV and Caesar. They're a good 1.5 seconds behind Ancient Pleb. They're all the way down in 6th and 7th. So it is very challenging for these guys at the moment, because starting 3rd row on the grid is going to be very challenging. We know for a fact if you're not up in those front 2 rows, it might get a little tricky, especially up at Senna S, to try and ensure that, let alone make up places, but to ensure you hang on to the current spot that you do have. So it is paramount for these guys to make sure that they do manage to get more spaces up on the starting grid order, else it's going to be a very tricky race for them to navigate through. Because Fun Anywhere, we've seen this guy put up phenomenal times, not only in qualifying but race speed as well in Interlagos specifically. I believe the last outing that we did have last weekend on Sunday, he was blistering fast through this circuit and even managed to finish 2nd in one of those races, allowing him all the way up to tied 2nd position on the round robin leaderboard. But on final Saturday, it is a completely different story. He is not in the reckoning so far for the top 3 positions, but he can definitely make up some positions, maybe even end up playing spoil sport to some of those racers who are at like Caesar and RKV, who are below him right now on the starting order grid. This provisional, but I believe we are pretty much at the halfway point of the qualifying session. 10 more minutes to go for Caesar and RKV to change things up. And as we say that, Dheeraj Edge takes that 6th position away from Caesar. It's getting trickier and trickier by the minute, SK.
Oh, it is getting trickier, and you can see the amount of people that went into the pit whilst you were on board with Abby. I think I saw 4 or 5 different racers here, so everyone's on that fresh set. Everyone wants to push, but nobody else is pushing as fast as Ancient Pleb. That he's besting his time already in sector number 2. Nick the Gamer all the way down at P12. Very reduced pace. Some of these guys look so slow going into the final weekend. It surprises me, but I feel like maybe the 1 week gap between the round robin and the finals is just given enough opportunity for some of the mid and back runners to actually improve, because we see RKB, we see Caesar, we see Abby Takur. These guys have kind of pushed, they've put in the time, and you can see that reflect in their overall lap times as well, and their positioning in each of these races. Shami in P3, that is such a good performance now going into P4. He's not had the best of starts into the final weekend, but P3 on the last race is a good position for Shami to be in. But you know what the problem is, right? It is troublesome for the likes of Abby, Caesar, and RKV. Caesar and RKV are not having a good time at all. RKV has gone into the pit for the third time now for another fresh set of tires. He's in P8. Caesar is in P7. These guys are the ones that are actually in position to take top 3. And considering the fact that they're not even able to put together a time is very troublesome for them, because they are going to be stuck in traffic, and you don't want to be stuck in traffic in Interlagos. We've seen it happen. We've seen the amount of incidents that happen into multiple turns, because it's a very tricky sector too. There's a lot of cornering. There is a lot of he's not particularly a fast track as well, right? So these guys are going to be clumped together pretty much, and traffic's just going to ruin your momentum. And right now I feel that maybe RKV and Caesar really need to put together 2 very good laps, because there's just over 5 minutes left in this qualifying, and it is not a great start for them in 7th and 8th.
Absolutely not. They are in a very troublesome position, to say the least, because not only are they quite a way bit behind the leader, but they're all the way down in the 4th row of the grid. And as I've said previously as well, starting there is almost a nightmare, navigating through Senna S from that position. But as I say that, Caesar answers back at his critics the absolute best way he can. P3 all the way up, jumps about 4 positions, and has made quite a statement. Now it is over to, in fact, Abby Takur as well as Dheeraj Edge and RKV rather, to reply back with faster times. Unfortunate for RKV, he's not going to be able to go any faster, and he's got even more troubles with Sanchit straight up ahead of him. Traffic, almost never a good thing, especially when you're coming very close to the end of qualifying, and you absolutely need to improve on your times, SK.
Oh yeah, last few minutes here, it is going to be very important for the likes of RK, because Caesar there with that response puts himself into P3. Fun Anywhere as well in P4. Shami is dropped all the way from P3 to P5. Abhi Takur in P6. What is going on this qualifying session? P7 is going to be Dheeraj. P8 RKB. P9 Fierce B. P10 we have Maestro. P11 and 12 is going to be Sanchit Bal and Nick the Gamer, and P13 Burst Mode. So a lot of places have been switched, and now Abhi Takur, who's in 2nd place in the leaderboard, it looks troublesome. He's in P6. Caesar is still pushing Abhi Takur as well as he comes down the start-finish straight. This is not a good lap at all. 149. He's not even close. He's got one more chance, ladies and gentlemen. This is actually going to be his last lap as he brakes really late and goes wide into the first corner. Not what he expected, but 4 minutes left in this qualifying. He can put together 2 laps. And we see there Caesar and Fun Anywhere going into the pit. So it looks as though these guys as well going to attempt for one final lap. But Abhi2 Speed, wait a minute. Abhi2 Speed fastest lap, 147.421. For a second there, I didn't notice that as he goes off track there, it seems as though Abhi has done enough and spoil Ancient Pleb's party. That was going to be a 4th P1 for Ancient Pleb, but Abhi2 Speed actually besting him there. 147.421 is the new time to beat, as Abhi2 Speed puts himself in P1.
Yeah, he goes on to P1, and Ancient Pleb, we did see him actually chilling on the side of the track a few seconds earlier, and now he's back again. He knows he's gonna have to better his time one more time if he wants to ensure he gets 4 out of 4 poles here in the final, but as things stand, Abhi to Speed pulls out a blinder of a lap. He is on the chase right now. He was, if I'm not mistaken, 3 points behind the front runners. Yeah, in fact, he's just 2 points behind Abhi Thakur.
Yeah, he's just 2 points.
In the overall leaderboard. That is something that he can make up almost instantaneously in this race if he does manage to hold on to
Oh,
P1.
look at that sector though. 0.0001 against Abhi to Speed's time. That is as close as it can get here. This is pretty much his last qualifying lap, but I am so surprised Abhi to Speed there. I mean, you were right. It's a blinder of a lap. We didn't pay attention. We didn't give him the benefit of the doubt, and he does prove us wrong there. And what a brilliant time to get a P1 qualifying and the last race, and he's only 2 points behind. So if he's able to get off to a good start, and if he's able to defend Ancient Pleb, that 12 points is going to be the difference that's going to carry him all the way from P4 or P3 right now that he's tied with to P2. Because you know who's in P2 right now? It's Abhi Thakur, and he's in P7 in qualifying.
He's
whilst I say that
blistered
Ancient Pleb, that is an impressive sector too, as he comes down towards the final corner into the bleachers. He goes. Ancient Pleb, was he holding this back all this while? Was he just toying with Abhi to Speed? We will find out as he comes down the start finish straight. 1 minute 40 as he enters here. He's got this lap. He looks much faster. Is he gonna play spoil sport? Yes, he does, as he's 200ths of a second faster. Ancient Pleb does it again. 1 minute left on the clock. Abhi to Speed is going to be kicking himself because that was such an impressive lap. But Ancient says, you know what, I got some more gas left in the tank. I'm going to best you. And Abhi to Speed is not going to be able to make that up as he's 200ths of a second coming into the start-finish corner. So it is going to be Ancient Pleb in P1 for the 4th time this weekend on the final race, back in pole position. He is already, like Shade said, if he doesn't even finish this race, he's going to be the India champion, but he's going to go out 4 for 4. And Abhi to Speed comes in 148, not enough to topple the time of Ancient Speed. He's going to remain in P2. Caesar, where is Caesar? He's got his best time as of now, but does he have enough to maintain P3, or can he push for P2? It's not enough. 200ths of a second. Again, the gap between him. Caesar is going to be in P3 as Abhi Thakur has no chance here. P4. Brilliant stuff coming in from Abhi Thakur. He was in P7 1 lap ago, so he did put up a good lap there. Fun Anywhere in P5. RKV not able to best his time. P6 for RKV. P7 for Shami, who was P3 at the start of this qualifying. And then we have Dheeraj in P8, Fierceby in P9, but we cannot count Dheeraj and Fierceby out of these races. They have some of the craziest start. They have some of the craziest luck in this whole lobby. And, they're going to round off the top 10 there. Let's take a look at 10th, 11th, and 12th, because it's going to be Sanchit, Maestro, Nick the Gamer, and Burst Mode, who are going to be our top 13. Whilst Burst here actually having a good sector 1 this time around. This is our wildcard entry, and he's put up good races. He's finished all 3 of the previous races as well, and he's on course in his first tournament experience, that is, to finish all the races. That is a tall ask, but what a brilliant performance from Ancient Pleb, as well as Abhi Thakur. Right now, it's back. Like the point system there now it's a good race because it's Abhi to Speed, Caesar, and Abhi Thakur up in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. So technically, what's going to happen is we are going to see the race go down down to the wire, because they're all just 1 and 2 points between each other. And I don't know, Shade. It's 5 seconds left. I mean, I guess I will let you take it away for the final time. This is the GR Supra GT Cup Asia India Qualifier Finals, race number 4, Interlagos.
For the final time in the finals of the Asia India Cup, We're gonna see 13 racers on the starting grid here at Interlagos. It all comes down to this 1 month of races to decide who are your top 3 moving on to the Asia finals. We're waiting for the lights to go off for the final time in this tournament, and Ancient Fleb off to an amazing start at the back. Abby to speed. We see Abby Tucker as well get a clean shot. Scissor is gonna look on the inside, takes the turn, blocks Abby Tucker going in to Senna. And he's going to be able to hold on to position. Abby to speed, breaks a little too much. Scissor looks down the outside, not going to find a way through. Abby Tucker wrestling in with Fun Anywhere up for P4, but Fun Anywhere is not going to find a way back in. Arcady slots back in into 6th position. No incidents up ahead. Arcady's going to have to do this the hard way down to try and make up those positions, but the cleanest start we've had so far. But Abhi to speed, he's been lightning fast through the entirety of qualifying. He's gonna try and make a move on to Ancient Fleb. If he's got a chance of overtaking him, it's got to be right here, right now, else Ancient Fleb is gonna pull away for what is gonna be the most dominating performances we've seen in esports motorsport history in India. Abhi to speed, up in 2nd position. Oh, a small contact there, but Scissor holds on, dive down the inside coming from Abby Tucker, who's gonna try and make a move down the outside. Up, no, he's not gonna be able to do that. Scissor almost tires on as much of the curb as he can there to prevent Abby Tucker a move through, and he's gonna hold on to P3. But I have a feeling that's not the last time we're gonna see Abby Tucker challenge Scissor for that position. XK.
Not at all. Abby Tucker has the pace. You see him there going into the final corner. He is right on the back of Caesar. Can he tuck into this slipstream is the real question. 400ths of a second, not enough. He needs to be at least 200ths of a second there as he goes into bleachers. But Fun Anywhere, everyone's pretty close. Fun Anywhere, RKB, everyone's really close. RKB here looking down. Oh, he does go on the outside on Fun Anywhere. He will be able to close this if he's able to hold on. Not able to hold on. The Fun Anywhere closes the door, and he's going to maintain P5, P6. Nope, RKB finds that extra bit of traction there. He's going to move up to P5, so RKB is also back in the fight now. But the real people to watch out for are Abhi to speed, Caesar, Abhi Thakur. But in particular, it's going to be Caesar and Abhi Thakur here, because Abhi Thakur is in 2nd place in the overall standings with 20 points. He needs every bit of point possible. But Abhi to speed as well, if he's able to somehow catch up to Ancient Pleb and get a win in Interlagos, he will secure his 2nd spot. As we say that, no mistakes whatsoever being made at the front of the pack. Caesar here, a little bit of slip and slide there, but he does hold on. But 600ths of a second between him and Abhi Thakur. Abhi's already opened up a second, 1.2 seconds on to Fun Anywhere, who reclaims his position from RKB. 7th is going to be Shabby. Sanchit finally in P8 this time around. Then we have Maestro and Dheeraj in 9th and 10th. Pierce B in 11th. Nick the Gamer in 12th, and Burst Mode. But at the front of the pack, Ancient Pleb, he goes wide, surprising, with a 0.9 second penalty, surprising again. But guess what? Abhi to speed has the chance now to capitalize if he can get close to Ancient Pleb down the bleachers and get into the slipstream, somehow get into the outside or the inside. He can potentially take the race win. He's got the pace, he's got the lap times, but can he make it happen? We're already into 3rd lap. Time is flying at this point. Caesar still in P3, defending against Abhi Thakur, but Abhi Thakur slowly but surely making up that position. You can see him, he's really close here. He looks much faster exiting the Senna S's. Can he make a move down into T4? I don't think so, but shade, I think Abhi Thakur potentially, he's in a very good position to take P3.
Yeah, he's gonna look down the inside there towards Lake Descent. Oh, almost loses it there, barely manages to hold on to the rear and ensure that there is no calamity so far. He keeps himself in the reckoning, because Cesar up in 3rd is in a wonderful position right now to ensure that he continues to not only hold on to 3rd position here, but maybe even continue to hold on to his position in the top 3 of the leaderboard. Abi2 Speed, though, what an amazing set of races it's been. After a disappointing end up at Nürburgring, he's managed to find redemption. He's come 2 second place finishes back to back, but will a second place position finish here take him into the top 3 or at least give him a shot at that tiebreaker race? We'll have to wait and see. Abby Tucker up in 4th. I think all eyes are going to be on this man. He's got one mission ahead of him. It is to catch up to Cesar and take that P3 away. If he does so, he will walk away with the second position in the overall leaderboards, but he's got close to 5 laps only to do so, and considering Cesar's got a second lead, in fact make that 1.2 seconds up, it's gonna come down to either Cesar making a mistake or Abby Tucker putting in some blistering fast laps to try and cut that lead down. So I think regardless, another 10 minutes in, we're gonna have the answers to all the questions that we've had so far up on this final Saturday. But up at the top, there is no changes, there's no questions. So as to who's been the fastest there, it is Ancient Pleb, 1.3 seconds ahead. He's not only been the fastest, he's been one of the cleanest. So it's kind of surprising that he's managed to pick himself up a 0.3 second penalty here, SK.
But that's the thing, right? If you look at the leaderboard just after the third race, Abby Tucker was 20 points, Cesar was 19, our KV and Abi2 Speed were at 18. Now, if you look at the race right now, 5th lap, we're on the 4th lap. Our KV is down in 6th, which means he is kind of out of contention right now, right? So Abi2 Speed technically is in 4th. But the rest of the pack, if Abi2 Speed gets second place, he gets 9 points added, which means he's going to end up at 27 points. Okay? And then that's going to put him in P2. Abby Tucker is... Oh, sorry. Cesar is currently in 3rd, which is additional 7 points to his 19. So that's going to be 26 points. So... And then Abby Tucker, who's in 4th, is going to get an additional 6 points. So what's going to happen if this continues is Abi2 Speed is going to be 2nd, but we might get a tie for 3rd place, which is going to be Cesar and Abby Tucker. So Abby really needs P3 at the moment. Like, he really needs P3. Otherwise, Cesar and him are going to tie, and we know what's going to happen after that.
It's gonna come down to a tiebreaker race if things end up staying as they are. But Cesar, he's put up a fantastic race so far, SK. He's been super fast through Interlagos. It did look very, very challenging for him initially, where we pretty much had him at provisional P7 at one point of time through qualifying. But ever since then, I think he's done an amazing job of not only recovering back to the top, but also holding that position through the initial half of the race here. And we've not completely counted this out either. Cesar, we talked about him trying to hold on to P3. There's a definite chance he might even catch up to Abi2 Speed and take that P2 away, which might eventually give him the victory over Abby Tucker right here on Interlagos itself.
I think that is very true as well. If he does get P2, then he will move into P2, and then Abi2 Speed will move into P3. So yeah, it is a huge chance for Cesar here to move up from possibly like securing 50 grand to 75 grand and the second spot as well, because RKB is completely out now. He's just lost out on pace. He's only got 3 laps remaining. He's down in P6, so RKB is completely out. We can just get him out of the picture. But the 3 guys we have to watch out for are Abby Tucker, Cesar, and Abi2 Speed. And Abi2 Speed right now in P2, it's gonna, like I said, it's gonna put him in 27 points, and Cesar is gonna be 26 points. but he might be tied with Abhi Thakur for another 26 points. So, unless, like you said, if Caesar takes P2 and then he just secures himself the overall position 2, and then it drops Abhi to speed into P3. So, yeah, it's anybody's race, but 1.5 seconds, 2 laps remaining. And the pace that Abhi 2 speed has, I'm very certain he's gonna be able to hold that. But as I say that, Caesar just closes in 200ths of a second in just sector 2 alone.
He does. He is going lightning fast here to try and catch up to Abhi to speed, but he's also gonna have to nurse those tires through the remainder of these laps here. You don't really want to get into a situation where you overheat those tires, you lose a little bit of traction, and one small mistake gives Abhi Thakur an opportunity to close out the top 3 position right here on Interlagos itself. Caesar he's got a couple of things here to ponder on and make a call. I think it's going to be a question of him just holding on to the position that he has right now. 2 clean laps, he's going to be in contention. And Abhi Thakur, I think he's going to pretty much do more of the same. He's not going to look to try and push and maybe commit a mistake on the back of that. Instead, pretty much hope that Caesar, or in fact makes a mistake up top that allows him a way back into this race. But it's been a clinical performance from both Ancient Pleb as well as Abhi to Speed so far. Have had real good race throughout the entirety of the qualifying session, and now almost at the end of 7 laps as we have Ancient Pleb navigating his way through the small pine tree there. Another flawless race where he's managed to now pull the lead up to 3 seconds. Not something that we're accustomed to. We usually see him pull the lead almost close to that double-digit mark at this point of time. But considering Abhi to Speed had a lot of pace, almost to a point of taking that pole position away from Abhi to Speed, I think he's done a phenomenal job of putting himself in a position where he has an opportunity now to do something that has pretty much never been done in e-racing so far in India. 4 out of 4 wins in the finals. But we're gonna keep our eyes peeled for the remainder of this race on this battle for P3. Caesar and Abhi Thakur. A battle for P3 on the track, a battle for P3 on the leaderboard. Who's gonna finish where? SK, what are your thoughts?
I think at this point of time, it definitely looks like Ancient Pleb is gonna take the win, but Abhi to Speed, it is close, but it's not close enough. 2 seconds ahead of Caesar, but Caesar and Abhi Thakur. Abhi has one final chance before he can. I mean, pretty much this is the only chance he has. 800ths of a second. It's the closest he's been in the race, but just a couple of corners to work with. Can he really make something happen? Will Caesar make a mistake? Because the only way I see Abhi Thakur go ahead is if Caesar actually makes a mistake here. And if he's able to get P3, that's going to change up our overall scoreboard by a lot. So, yeah, I mean, it just looks how the board is right now, which is Ancient Pleb, Abhi to Speed, Caesar, Abhi Thakur, Fun Anywhere, RKV, Shami, and D-Raj. So I don't think, yeah, it's a second, 1.2 seconds now. Pretty sure Abhi Thakur cannot secure P3 and Abhi to Speed. Yeah, he's not going to lose P2 as well, as he just got 2 more corners. Ace left-hander, another left-hander, and into the final straight they go. Ancient Pleb there, you see him one last time. This blue Supra has dominated all 4 races. 4th victory in line for Ancient Pleb as he comes down the bleachers into the start-finish stretch. Ancient Pleb is your champion. It is safe to say he has dominated this tournament, and what a celebration that Abhi to Speed comes home in P2, Caesar in P3, Abby Tucker in P4, Fun Anywhere in P5, Shammy P6, RKB P7, and Shammy kind of collides into RKB there. D-Raj in P8, Fierce B there, P9, Sanchit Bal in P10, Nick the Gamer P11, Maestro in P12, and Burst Mode in P13. He's still got a couple more corners here. Burst Mode, the wildcard entry into the tournament. He's gonna be happy about, finishing all 4 races, and he's very new into this. Hopefully he does get into sim racing and gears himself up for a Supra Cup next year. As he comes down the bleachers one last time, Burst Mode is gonna finish in P13. That is just amazing stuff coming in from everyone here. 4 races, and Shade, I think we're looking at a potential.
We might be. We're not going to make any predictions at this point of time. We want to keep the suspense on for you viewers out there as we wait on for the admins to quickly get in the scores. But Ancient Pleb, 4 out of 4. This man is an absolute beast, SK. There's no two questions about that. 4 out of 4 race wins. I think it's pretty much cemented himself as the clear front runner in this pack of racers that we have had. 13 of the top racers in the country who are battling it out in Ancient Pleb. We don't even have to wait for the scores. We know he's got this in the bag. He's gonna be the champion. But that brings us to the end of what has been an entertaining month of races. We started all the way back, in fact, a month ago, 30th of August, with the initial set of races. We had a lot of race weekends over the period of time, a lot of races on the Nürburgring for the initial qualifier rounds, and then we jumped into weekend number 3, weekend 2 on the stream, wherein we saw the round robin format, where we saw the top 24 races duke it out over Nürburgring as well as Interlagos. I think that was a point of time where we saw a lot of these racers change positions over the course of the Friday, Saturday and Sunday races. The one storyline though was the fact that Ancient Pleb still continued to dominate. He missed out on one race win though. There was, I believe, Abby Tucker who managed to get the
it was Abby to
Speed. Yes, in fact, Abby to Speed who did manage to get the better of him. It was on Interlagos, by the way. So he was well and truly on course to maybe replicating that again today, while he muscled away that pole position from Ancient Pleb with just a few minutes remaining on the clock. But Ancient Pleb doing what he does best, just clocking in fast laps, blistering fast ones at that. He clearly takes P1, and with that, the race was almost a flawless one, similar to what he's done in the previous races over this weekend, over the last weekend, over the entire month, and he is the champion. What are your thoughts on the entire event, SK?
I mean, brilliant event, organized by Toyota India and Toyota Gazoo Racing. It's a very good platform for every budding sim racer, because it is the first time that this tournament is coming down to India, and Ancient Pleb has cemented himself as the #1 Supra Cup driver for the country. But the rest of the guys as well, huge improvements from the likes of Abby Tucker, Caesar, RKB, Abby to Speed, D-Raj, Fun Anywhere, all the top 13, Shammy, Nick the Gamer, Sanchit, Maestro, every single one of these guys, we've kind of been from the start of their journeys, from qualifiers all the way to round robins, all the way to finals. And some of these guys have basically grown as racers throughout the tournament, which is very, very amazing to see. And it's just been smooth sailing as well. We've had a lot of races. I've lost count at the amount of races that we had, but it all comes down pretty much to this race, which is Interlagos, which is the end of the 4 races of the finale. And even we don't know where the points are heading. But we know for a fact that Ancient Pleb is your clear winner at the top of the board. He's going to walk away with not only the coveted title of being the number one Supra Cup racer of the country, he's also going to bag that 1 lakh cash prize as well as some Gazoo racing merchandise. But the real story now is gonna come down to second and third. I can see Shade smiling because he's working out the points in the background.
Yeah,
But that is where
I might have a small sneak peek. I've been checking up with the admins as well to see, hey, what's happening behind the scenes, checking on with production as well. But I believe we do have the race results ready. But before we bring up the points table, we are going to quickly dive into the results of the 4 races that we witnessed today. SK, take it away.
All right, there we go. I mean, race 1, 2, 3, 4, all across the victories. It is going to be Ancient Pleb. In race 1, we did see Abby Tucker and Caesar there take second and third because Abby 2-Speed had some technical difficulties and dropped out. But race number 2, we see Abby 2-Speed coming back to take P2 away from our KB in P3, going into race 3, which was Monza. Again, Abby 2-Speed in second, followed by Abby Tucker this time around. Caesar and RKV had a brilliant fight all the way throughout, but unfortunately RKV there is going to lose the position. I think going into Parabolica, the last corner there, we saw him go wide and Caesar took the place away from him. And race number 4, Abby 2-Speed again replicating. It's almost race 2, 3, and 4 have the same first and second as Ancient Pleb and Abby 2-Speed, but this time around Caesar bests Abby Tucker in the final race, and Abby Tucker has to settle for 4th, and 5th was Fun Anywhere, whilst RKB dropped all the way in 7th. So this is why there's going to be a big point shift going into this position 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, primarily because all these positions have been changing across the 4 races, which is Nürburgring, Spa, Monza, and Interlagos. But for me, personally, I think Monza was the best track we watched. Amazing races throughout, and there was just action from the front of the pack all the way to the back of the pack. And with look at the smile on Shade's face, I think he has
the final results are here. Let's go ahead and have a look at them. Up top, no doubts, Ancient Pleb take 48 points, the win. 2nd place for Abby 2-Speed, and we have a tie for 3rd place with Caesar and Abby Tucker, both on 26 points. That means only one thing, and that is a tiebreaker race. You're gonna have 10 minutes of qualifying followed by a 4-lap race on the Nürburgring to decide who walks away 3rd, 50,000 rupees, that final 3rd slot in the Asia finals as well. SK, walk us through the rest of the scorecard.
All right, Ancient Pleb, like Shade said, 48 points, 4 race wins. Abby 2-Speed with those 3 second places is going to come in 2nd with 27 points. Caesar and Abby Tucker tied. Our KV in 5th, Fun Anywhere in 6th, Shami in 7th, D-Raj in 8th. So Shami and D-Raj technically tied there with 11 points each. Fierce B with 5 points, Nick the Gamer with 2 points, Sanchit with 1 point, Maestro with 1 point, and Burst Mode with no points this time. But the tiebreaker for 50,000 and the qualifying slot for the Asia Cup. So there's a lot at stake for both these racers. And 10-minute break, a mental reset, a physical reset, and they have to basically bring it all going into the tiebreaker race. I mean, let's jump into it. I'm excited.
It's going to be very different to the races that you've seen, because it is going to be a mano a mano, 1v1. There's no external factors. You've got 10 minutes of qualifying. You've got 4 laps of race on the Nürburgring to decide who comes in up top. So the ball game completely changes. They're going to take a 10-minute break. So are we. As we come back, we get to see who walks away with that final slot in the Asia finals. I'm Shades there. That is SKplz. Go get yourself a drink, grab some popcorn, because we're not done just yet with Final Saturday. See you folks in just a bit.
सबने कहा पढ़ाई शढ़ाई करके रिस्पेक्ट कमाओ, और मैंने रियलिटी शो में जाकर लड़ाई की। और लड़ाई ऐसी की कि इडियट बॉक्स से सीधा बॉक्स ऑफिस का हीरो। एक ऐसा हीरो जो बन सकता है कभी अंधा तो कभी गंजा, कभी लड़की तो कभी गे, या यूं कहे आई चोज माई वे। एक बात बोलूं, लाइफ इज ऑल अबाउट द चॉइस यू मेक। फिर देखना, जहां जाओगे रिस्पेक्ट फॉलोज।
Introducing Toyota's youngest urban SUV, the Toyota Urban Cruiser.
रिस्पेक्ट फॉलोज।
Now it's time for one last ride. I mean, have we been talking about if Interlagos was the perfect time to use that? And we had our reservations, but this is it. The absolute final race to decide who takes that third slot in the Asian Nations Cup finals. We've decided P1 and P2. Let's quickly have a look at the leaderboard once again at the end of the 4 races. Ancient Pleb, 4 out of 4 wins, an absolutely dominating performance. 48 points, a good 21 points ahead of Abitu Speed, who ended up DCing out of race 1, but 3 second place finishes. What a comeback, a Cinderella story on its own. 27 points, a 1 point lead over Cesar and Abby Thakur, who are tied for third at 26 points. But only one can go through and claim that 50,000 rupees bounty as well as that final slot in the Asian Nation Cup finals. Qualifying will be live. In fact, it's just about gone live for the final time on Nürburgring. SK, any predictions that you have for this?
I think Cesar. I think Cesar has the pace. Like, clearly his Nürburgring pace was there. And I think he must be feeling confident considering he placed 2 races back to back against, higher than Abby Thakur. But yeah, Abby, dude, it's just 2 people.
Yeah.
So it can go either ways, and it's just 4 laps. So it's like, imagine 50,000 on the line, 4 laps, and a spot at the Asia Cup. There is so much at stake for these 2 racers, and I want to see how they tackle it.
Let's head
It all
on
comes
into
down to
qualifying.
this. One last time.
One last time indeed. 10 minutes of qualifying, 4 lap race to decide who finishes third for the India leg of the Toyota GR Supra GT Cup Asia India. Let's go ahead on board with Cesar. Both racers actually decide to come out on track very early. They're pretty much in touching distance of each other. Is this going to be the case during the race? I'm surprised it's the case during qualifying as well. Let's see the kind of timings they get in, because this is very different compared to the races we watched previously. It's just the 2 guys on the entire Nürburgring GP track to try and break this tie, and I see Abhi Thakur there slowing down a wee bit. So he does in fact decide to put some distance between him and Cesar as they make their way through the arch into the Weedall chicane. We've seen this many times in this tournament, and I'm super excited that we're back on Nürburgring to decide as well that third and final spot. We're gonna stick with Cesar through his first hot lap here through qualifying. The difference being they have only half the time. It's only 10 minutes of qualifying, so there's only so many opportunities that they will have in this race, in this qualifying time and qualifying session rather, to try and vie for that pole position. Not very clean there through arena coming in towards circuit 2. Cesar sliding a little bit, not using all of the track there on the exit. We do know a lot of these racers do like to use every bit of the inch on the exit there of circuit 2, but not the case with Cesar. Plays it very conservatively there. Let's see if that has actually cost him some time on the track here, making his way down towards the Dunlop hairpin. Is about a minute 4 seconds at the moment. Is going to attack the curb on the entry and just going to continue to hug the curb there on the exit. Doesn't even touch the curb, coming in towards Schumacher S wide on the entry. Is going to use all of the curb there, almost kissing the gravel on his way back out in towards the 2 tricky bends. trying his absolute best. Small twitches, small adjustments on the wheel there to ensure he gets the maximum speed coming out into this fast arch. Top speed all the way down towards the Weedall chicane. Drops the speed down all of the curb, almost going off the track. In fact, there on that turn. Looks like he's well on track here to try and get a 2:15 by the looks of things. Back 2:16, 2:17. My bad. Abby Tucker.
It's still a very good lap though, 2:17, and you can see that still 300 seconds faster than Abby Tucker's and Caesar. I mean, it all comes down to this, right? Because first, if he gets a good start, then it's going to make sense. If Caesar gets a bad start, Abby Tucker can still make up that time. But as of now, it does look like Caesar is faster by 300ths of a second, which he can carry forward into the race as well. They just have one more lap remaining. This is the last lap they can use for qualifying. And again, to remind everyone that's watching, it is a tiebreaker for third place, 50,000 on the line, and a slot at qualifying for the Asia Cup. So there's a lot at stake for both of these guys. Caesar definitely bringing his A game. He is faster right now than Abby Tucker. Abby is going to go wide there just before he takes the bend here, and down towards Dunlop he goes. One last time for both these guys here. And it's all on the line at Nürburgring. What better track than Nürburgring, considering the amount of races these guys have put in this specific track all throughout the qualifiers, all throughout the round robin. This was the track that got them all the way to the finals, and what a fitting end for us to have the tiebreaker here.
Yeah, I wouldn't have asked for any other circuit, primarily because I think this is the comfort zone for both these races. We did venture into the unknown, at least to an extent, with Spa and Monza earlier today, but I think this is the true test in a 1v1 scenario to decide who is the better of the two. Interlagos, and in fact was featured in round robin to an extent as well, but Nürburgring has been played all the way through the initial qualifying rounds, and it is a track that these racers have raced on the most in this tournament setting, and they're gonna have to try and up their game here for one last time. Again, I'm sure mental fatigue is also gonna play a part in this race. They've been racing for about 4 hours now, give or take, but this is what they've been fighting for throughout the entire month. It has been for a spot in that Asia finals, and it is pretty much in touching distance for both these racers. It's just 10 minutes of qualifying and 4 laps on Nürburgring that separates them from that goal. 2 racers, only one can take that spot. Caesar is gonna be on provisional pole as we come down towards the last 4 minutes of qualifying in this tiebreaker race, SK.
Yep, Caesar again, you know, he keeps pole, but only 300ths of a second, which is not a lot of time difference, and he's gonna best it again. Sector 1, 200ths of a second faster. So Caesar is getting comfortable now, something that Abby Tucker has to worry about, because if he continues this, he's gonna take this pace all the way towards the race. And let's just say 4 laps isn't a lot of breathing space, or is a lot of opportunity for Abby Tucker to make any moves. It's all going to come down to that first corner, and then eventually it's going to come down to race pace if he's able to keep up with Caesar, because right now Caesar is consistently putting in 2:17s, and Abby Tucker is about 300ths of a second behind him. But this lap, however, Caesar does look much faster. Let's check his sector 2 time as he comes towards both the bends. 1 left bend, 1 right bend, and down Advinacci goes. Let's check his sector 2 time, because he definitely looks faster this time around. Sector 1, 200ths of a second faster, but sector 2 he loses a lot of time. Pretty alarming there for Caesar, and something that he should try and correct, because like you said, there's only about 3 minutes left in this qualifying session. Realistically, it's just 1 lap remaining. Abby Tucker Comes down to Vidal. Make or break. Goes in a little too close this time around. Exits. 2-minute 1. He's not even at the end corner. Let's see, this does look like a decent time, but I don't think it's enough to take the position away from Caesar as he slides a bit at the exit. He's going to lose a lot of speed, and you can see the difference on his time. 2:18. That was the lap that he could really make it happen, but unfortunately the slide at the end is going to cost him. Meanwhile, Caesar is going to continue pushing. It seems as though Abby is kind of let go of the throttle and he is chilling at the start finish straight, but Caesar says, you know what, I got it in me for one last lap. Let me push till the end, and that's kind of the spirit that you need to have. Considering, like I said, there is 30,000 on the line. This is the tiebreaker for third place of the GR Supra GT Cup Asia India qualifiers. As Caesar picks up a penalty, I don't think he's gonna complete the lap. But yeah, this is, do or die for both these racers. But Caesar now looking comfortable with that P1. Whilst, I'm pretty sure there's an extra pair of eyes from Abby 2 Speed and Ancient Pleb watching as I say that. Spins out. Final begin. I guess one last time, Shane. Take it away on Nürburgring. 4 laps. That's all there is.
4 laps, 1 spot, 2 racers to see who finishes third in the India leg for the Toyota GR Supra GT Cup Asia. Cesar starting on pole, Abby Tucker on second. The lights go out for the last time in this tournament, and it's an amazing start. In fact, coming in from Abby Tucker, Cesar's going to try and come across, and he takes the racing line just a few centimeters away. Abby Tucker has gone down to the outside. He's going to try and make a move down the outside. Comes in very close. Cesar holds on, but Abby Tucker does have the racing line. He will take the lead, but Cesar on the outside will go toe-to-toe, bonnet to bonnet. They're gonna make contact, and Abby Tucker, what a maneuver down into arena. He's gonna take the lead. He was slower than Cesar, but this is what matters, your position on the race, and he's managed to muscle that first place away from Cesar. What a maneuver, but that is only the beginning. He's got 4 more laps to do, 3.5 to be precise, to try and hold on to that third place finish overall, first place in this race. Can he do it? Cesar has got 3 laps to ensure that he can make his way back into third. It is going to be heartbreak for one of these racers at the end. It is going to be absolute joy for the other, and 0.2 seconds is what separates the 2 endings, SK.
Oh yes, what a time to bring that aggression. Abby Thakur, I felt like he played Cesar there. He forced Cesar to go into the defensive on turn number 1, and he completely turned that around. He went on the outside, got enough exit speed, and he capitalized it. But guess what? Cesar is on the attack as well. Cesar not someone who's going to give up 300ths of a second. He's got the pace, and this is the exact amount of time that separated them in qualifying. So you know Cesar can keep that up. But the defense, it's all going to come down to the defense. And it's also the aggression, right? When you're behind, when you're in Cesar's position, you are bound to make mistakes as you push into corners. And just as I say that, you can see Cesar sliding there. He's going to lose a bit of speed, exiting Vidal as they enter into the and chicane, and he punched Abby Thakur. Oh my, is this the start of a bit of a punting as we go into the start-finish straight? Into lap number 2 we go. The time is ticking for Cesar. 400ths of a second, 2 more laps. So essentially, 3 more laps remaining. And Cesar has to make something happen this time around. Cesar does take the outside line and dives on the inside, which means Abby Thakur is going to lose a bit of speed there going into turns here. You can see them go off track. Cesar is pushing Abby Thakur. Can he defend 50,000 in third place on the line in this tiebreaker? We wouldn't want to end the tournament in any other fashion. Cesar kind of gets him there. Abby Takur does go wide. So Caesar is going to close the gap now, 300ths of a second again as we go into sector number 2 of lap number 2 of the Nürburgring. Abby Takur goes wide. Caesar, can he capitalize? I think he can. Yes, he does, going into Dunlop. Caesar, Abby Takur side by side. Who's gonna break late? This is just gonna be intense because the Dunlop is a very crazy corner and Caesar is gonna break early, gets the inside and takes the lead away. Shade.
What a maneuver there, Cesar. Patience. He did not want to make that move any earlier. He did have an opportunity or two, in fact, through that entire lap, but he holds his patience. He knew that that opportunity was going to come. One tiny mistake from Abby Takur was all he was hoping for, and he pulls out a sizzling move there to take his lead back, and now the onus is thrown back onto Abby Takur to reclaim back that P1 right now. He's got 2 more laps remaining as in fact 2.25 lap remaining as they make their way through the arch, the super fast part of the circuit. But it is that lead that we're going to keep our eyes on. It is up to 0.6 of a second. That is pretty large in a 2-man race, considering the slipstream doesn't provide enough at that distance to actually be able to allow you to dive in going down the start-finish straight. And Cesar has actually managed to pick up another 1/10 of a second lead in that end corner. It's up to about 0.7 seconds right now as they come down the start-finish straight. 2 more laps to go. Cesar, he's driven an absolutely amazing series of races so far on this Saturday. He did come in tight for second. Everyone had their eyes on him to maybe even take P2, but a couple of races, not the strongest of performances from him, pretty much puts him in a position where he has to go in this tiebreaker race. He goes very wide there on that turn up at Arena, and Abby Takur manages to make up a little bit of speed there, but the lead continues to build as they make their way through circuit 2. Here's Cesar up to about 0.7 seconds again. Can he hold his nerve here? That is all it comes down to. The nerves, knowing for a fact that it is that 3rd spot. It is at 50,000 rupees. A lot of work that has gone into years of racing, years of practice, all down to 2 laps here on Nürburgring to decide that 3rd spot. Abby Takur is going to push the limits, and has he pushed it a little too much there, taking a 4/10 of a second penalty. That is going to hurt him a lot in the grand scheme of things, considering that Cesar is going to be having that lead up top. In fact, what? Has he slowed down a lot there? Has Cesar? I'm not really sure. Abby Takur does make it quite a bit close there. In fact, cutting the lead down to 4/10 of a second, and now in touching distance. He will, however, have to serve that 0.3 second penalty sooner or later. But Cesar continues to stay in the lead, and quite a few parts of the circuit where Cesar manages to extend the lead over Abby Takur, only for him to catch up in the remainder of the lap. But they're gonna come down the end corner, down the start-finish straight. 1 lap remaining here in the tiebreaker race. Abby Takur is gonna actually serve all of the penalty remaining, down to about 1/10 of the second. Can he make a move up towards the end corner? I don't believe he is close enough. Cesar, this is going to be the most important lap he has ever driven on the Nürburgring circuit, maybe even his entire e-racing career, but he's going to have to make it happen. 1 flawless lap is what is separating him from a 3rd place finish. So Abby Takur, hot on the heels, can only pray for a mistake as he comes very close. In fact, 2/10 is up on the all over the rear of Cesar. He's looking, he's breathing down his neck. He wants to try and make a move. He's even gonna kiss the dirt there on the exit, looks down the inside. No opportunity there whatsoever. 3/10 of a second. coming in through circuit 2. It's going to be fast pace all the way down towards that Dunlop corner. They've navigated this hundreds of times, but they're going to have to do it flawlessly one more time. Abby Tucker, does he have a move down here? Looks like he doesn't. He's going to have a look down the outside. Going to swing wide. Has he swung wide a little too much? I think he has. He's given up about close to 3/10 of a second in that turn alone, but he's got decent speed here coming up towards Schumacher S. 0.5 of a second is the difference. Cesar continues to hold his cool. Well navigated there through Schumacher S down towards the two bends. This is pretty much the spot we know for a fact there is no overtaking opportunity. Coming in down towards the Advent Arch, I think it's going to be all or nothing for Abby Tucker going in towards the Weedall chicane and the end corner. The only two spots he's maybe got an opportunity of trying to make this happen. 0.6 of a second separates the first two. Cesar holds the lead. Abby Tucker in close pursuit comes in the last but one turn, Weedall chicane. I don't think he's close enough to make a move here. He's coming in, looking down the inside. He's gonna swing wide. He's still got 0.1 of a second to off penalty to make do here. Cesar, one turn is what separates him from the finish, and he's got the flawless turn in. Hey, the lights go out. Cesar takes that third spot. Abby Tucker, an amazing race, but it's not gonna be enough. Cesar, third best in India in the Toyota GR Supra GT Cup Asia India SK.
Man, what a race there. And Cesar, whew, that was just, I mean, the fact that he lost the place and he got it back with that patience is just crazy. But Abby Thakur, he was in it, man. He could have got that back, because I was going to bring it up, but you were so in the zone. Cesar is much slower than Abby in Sector 2. That's why we saw Abby always getting close, because Cesar's Sector 2 was just much slower in terms of qualifying and the race. That's the only sector that Abby really could capitalize on. Sector 1 and 3, Cesar was much faster. That's why he would open up the 300s to 500s of a second. Unfortunately for Abby there, I think going into Dunlop on the last, he was 200ths of a second behind, but he went wide and he just blew it. I think that corner there, if he held it down, he would have had enough space and he would have had enough of a distance for him to stuck in his slipstream at Advent Arch and probably go for a dive into Weedall. But unfortunately, it doesn't happen. Cesar seals the deal in, and what a fashion, like, to seal the deal. Tiebreaker, 50,000 on the line, third place on the line, makes it look easy.
It pretty much came down to the final turn. That is how close they were, neck and neck, SK, at the end. Unfortunate that at the end of the day, it is esports, it is competition. There is going to be a winner, and unfortunately, there has to be someone bowing out. But Abby Tucker can walk away from this with his head held high. An amazing racer, has put in some stunning laps throughout the entirety of this tournament. But Cesar comes in, actually pretty much puts his nose ahead. That was how close it was there at the end to take that third position. Let's have a look at the scoreboard one more time there at the end, as Cesar will confirm his third position via tiebreaker. Heartbreak for Abby Tucker. But yeah, Ancient Pleb, Abby to speed, Cesar 1310, your top three from the India leg of the Toyota GR Supra GT Cup Asia. SK, what are your thoughts on the race that we just witnessed, man?
I mean, amazing race. You know, it's like I said, what a way to end the whole tournament on a tiebreaker. Because, you know, clearly Ancient Pleb was a class apart. He finished in first, and Abhi 2 Speed came back to finish 3 races in second, which is going to secure him the second spot. And Cesar had to fight his way a whole extra race. I mean, that is just, I mean, thank you, I guess, for all the races. Thank you for the opportunity to even shoutcast them, because it was exciting from the get-go. I don't think we ever had like a boring moment. I think that's what racing is all about.
Yeah.
Is always a bunch of curveballs in every single race that we did witness. And at the end, we do have our top 3 that will qualify now to the Supra Cup Asia, or the GR Supra GT Cup Asia finals, and they will represent India.
Yeah, but before all the viewers go away, we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere, because we're going to hop on and have a quick chat with the top three. So we have that coming up. Ancient Pleb, Abhi to Speed, Scissor here talking to you live on stream. So don't go anywhere. It's a very short break. See you folks soon. All right, folks, we're back again. I'm Shade Slayer. That is SKplz, and we're happy to say we do have our top three from the Toyota GR Supra GT Cup Asia India in the server with us. First place going to Ancient Pleb, who by far I think was the front runner, dominating from start to finish. First up, Ancient Pleb, congratulations, man. How does it feel?
Hey man, thanks a lot. It was actually a good race. All the four races were really fun. Even the round robins. I think Spa was especially a bit tough because I was pretty much on the verge of spinning out on a lot of laps, so I had to. So it was good. All the four races were really good. It was a really nice experience.
Perfect, man.
Racing with everyone. Yeah.
What were your preparations coming into this tournament? I mean, you knew the tracks that were ahead of you. What is the kind of preparations you put in leading up to all the races in this tournament?
Actually, I was very comfortable with all of these tracks because I used to play GT a lot, all the iterations of GT. So the only thing I had to practice was the car combo. I've never driven this particular car because usually just used to drive the Group 3 and Group 4 cars. So once you get a hang of how the car is, so once you figure out the braking points and where you can turn in and everything, it's just a matter of staying consistent throughout all the laps.
Perfect, man. What were your emotions like as you made your laps through Interlagos? Because I think it was already evident that even if you did not finish that race, you were still gonna win the tournament. So could you walk us through the emotions through every single one of those laps?
I think when before the final started, what I was mainly worried about was Monza because of T1. So I was not sure if there were going to be any incidents there, or if people are going to get punted. So yeah, once I was clear from the first corner, and then it was I was a bit like focused and calm, and after that everything like fell into place. And once I got that 1-2 second lead from Abhi, I was kind of just focused on setting laps. So once I won Monza, the Interlagos was I was like, it was like such a relief. So I didn't really have to push, and I was just taking it easy through the Lagos.
Perfect, man. My next question is to Abhi to Speed. After, I'm sure it was very, I'd say, uh, disheartening to having disconnected through race one, but to come back the way you did, some very strong performances, 3 second place finishes there in the next 3 remaining races. I think at the end of Interlagos, there would have been a huge sigh of relief for you.
Oh, yeah, yes and no, because me and Ancient have been sparring partners on GT for quite some time.
Right,
So beginning of the year, since Jan, I've moved to PC, so I've not been playing the game at all.
right.
So I was really disappointed because back when we used to race, we were like neck and neck, used to fight quite a bit, but I have seemed to have dropped some pace there. Which I need to get back on. But yeah, otherwise, I think I've been having like the worst kind of luck that you could possibly think of. Even and like apart from the disconnect in Nürburgring, I even had an issue with my wheel where the clamp got loose in Spa,
Right.
and RKB actually overtook me, and as I was adjusting the clamp, so it hasn't been the best of lucks, but yeah, I'm happy to bring it home in P2. So I was like just concentrating on bringing it home to P2 because I knew Ancient had the wins in his bag to get the P1. So it was just about damage limitations, keeping it on the black belt and bringing it home.
Perfect, man. Any questions, SK, that you or your viewers have?
Yeah, so I was wondering how long you guys have been into sim racing, and like what's your setup like for budding racers to get into? What's your setup like, and what's like your ideal? Any piece of advice that you'd give it to up and coming sim racers?
Adi, you want to start?
Yeah, sure. My setup is actually very simple because initially I started off, I was mainly on the controller when I started in GT5. I used to play GT from GT2. So I was mainly a controller person. And, once there were a few competitions here and there, so I started off with the DFGT. And that was a really good wheel for beginners. Once I think last year, 2 years back, I got the G29. So I think if anyone wants to start, it's a very good starting wheel. It still works really great for me. I used to play pretty much every day. So and I've used it pretty rough as well. So setup wise, it's nothing. I've just have a study table, if you can call it, and I have put a couple of uh, weightlifting plates on it so that it doesn't move around, and that's pretty much it. So I haven't really invested in any like a proper setup. I feel this is more than enough for what I'm into right now. So if I ever like think of investing, and I think probably for PC titles, you'd probably need a proper setup than this. So, but this gets a job done for me every time. So I
Nice.
think, yeah, G29 would be easily one of the best wheels to start off with.
Abhi, you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, so basically, like Adi said, you don't need to invest a lot. All you need is a G29. You need to just have a table. Even my setup is very simple. So the biggest problem I have is my chair moving back and my braking getting affected all the time. But yeah, you get used to it. So people who think that you need a big setup, you need to invest a lot to get going, to be fast. Actually, if you see the top guys, they're actually running pretty simple setups. And especially on a game like Gran Turismo, it's very entry level wheel friendly, so you can just get started with G29. But I use a Thrustmaster T300 because I do a lot of
Nice.
PC series, and yeah, so that's how it is.
Nice. And just what are you guys looking forward to in the Asia Cup? Any research done? Have you guys followed GT Cup for the longest? Do you know what to look forward to? Because you guys have secured spots for the Asia Cup. So what's the mindset going into that now, considering you guys have dominated the India leg?
Basically, yeah. So I started. So Adi has a lot more experience with GT than me. I started with GT6, and I was a finalist from Nissan GT Academy, which was a similar kind of a event. But yeah, we did the UK camp. So GT is coming back to home to me. So though I've not been playing it quite a bit, where I've lost pace to Ancient, but yeah, I feel that this is a great platform for people to get into, and especially with the Asia Cup, the kind of recognition you get. All I want to do is make India proud. I mean, Adi
Nice.
also, I think Ancient also believes in the same thing. We just want to put up a good show for all us Indian audiences out here and fans, just to show that we Indians are no less.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I think the main issue was I really wanted to take part in all the FIA Nations Cup and Manufacturers Cup that take place in the game, but sadly, India is not eligible for those events. So something like this was a very good opportunity actually, and to even compete against other places from Asia, right? So I think what we have to do is pace wise, I think we have the pace. So it's just a matter of keeping it consistent with the other crowd. So I since we have not raced with any of those people, and I can't. I usually race on the daily races in game. So I usually keep track of all the top players in the game. So this crowd is a bit different. So it will definitely be interesting and definitely going to be a lot of fun.
Nice.
Indeed, man. Huge shout out again to Toyota India and Toyota Gazoo Racing for giving this opportunity. Huge congratulations to both Ancient Pleb and Abi2 Speed for your finishes. You guys now move on to the Asian Nations Cup. We'll be cheering for you, both me and ASK. I'm sure the rest of the Indian motor racing community is also going to be keeping our eyes and cheering for you guys as you make paces through there. So the final question before we head out, what is your preparations going to be like now for the next leg? We'll start with you, Ancient.
I think it's just right now, since we have a really good feel of how the car is. So it's just a matter of practicing on other tracks and getting our lap times, like getting competitive lap times. Apart from that, from my side, that those are going to be my main focuses. So I'll probably pick some main tracks and put a lot of practice in it until I feel I'm consistent in those tracks.
Right, Abi2 Speed?
Yeah, for me as well, similar to what Ancient said. So basically, it's just about. So I do have a fair bit of feel on the car, but I wouldn't say I have it as good as Ancient. So I've been off the game, like I said, for about a year, close to a year now. So it just is about me putting in the hours and probably doing sessions with Ancient also. So we can go back to the really close racing days when we used to be sparring partners.
Indeed, man. Perfect. So again, congratulations both of you on an amazing race Saturday. Thank you so much, SK, for joining us through the journey as well. With that, we come to the end of the Toyota GR Supra GT Cup Asia India. Ancient Pleb, your champion. We have Abi2 Speed coming up in second place, and Cesar rounding up the lineup in third, who will be moving on to the Asia Nations Cup. With that, we bid goodbye. Hopefully we get to see you guys real soon. A huge shout out again to Toyota India and Toyota Gazoo Racing for giving this platform and an amazing opportunity to the India racing community out there. Goodbye, good night, until next time.
सबने कहा पढ़ाई शढ़ाई करके रिस्पेक्ट कमाओ, और मैंने रियलिटी शो में जाकर लड़ाई की, और लड़ाई ऐसी की कि इडियट बॉक्स से सीधा बॉक्स ऑफिस का हीरो। एक ऐसा हीरो जो बन सकता है कभी अंधा तो कभी गंजा, कभी लड़की तो कभी गे, या यूं कहें आई चोज माई वे। एक बात बोलूं, लाइफ इज ऑल अबाउट द चॉइस यू मेक। फिर देखना, जहां जाओगे, respect follows.
Introducing Toyota's youngest urban SUV, the Toyota Urban Cruiser.
Respect follows.